how's it going? Today we're doing ASMR. That's the vibe for today. Today we're doing ASMR. It's not really the vibe, it's literally what we're doing. Everything's a vibe to me. Literally everything. Okay. Yeah, thank you, memes, for being first. Thank you, very much appreciated. Yeah, it's ASMR today because I honestly don't really feel like doing anything. I didn't really even feel like streaming. I was gonna play Stardew Valley off stream because I cannot stop playing Stardew Valley offline. I literally have no intention of playing it on stream. I have zero intention because I'm obsessed with that mod. Absolutely obsessed with the mod. I have something on my finger, sorry. I'm like obsessed with the Rasmodius mod. Like, I'm obsessed with this fucking wizard. They got my ass. I'm converted. They got my fucking ass. So now, I'm not playing that shit on stream. Goodbye, Stardew Valley streams. Goodbye. They only happen offline. Good night. In any case, today we'll be reading The Hunger Games Catching Fire. Hello, Mac. It's real. This is a real, like, brand new book. Like, it even got the sticker on it and everything. It's got the sticker on it. It's got the sleeve. I'm probably gonna take this sleeve off because it's actually mad distracting, to be completely honest. Yeah, Stardew Valley streams are like not happening because I'm not really interested in continuing that save file right now, to be completely honest with you. I'm really not. I'm really not. I love Sebastian. Sebastian's still my favorite man of all time. But I'm gonna play it offline. I'm gonna play it offline. After I'm done playing it offline, I'll go back to Stardew Valley. After I'm done playing it offline, it'll come back. It'll come back, like right after. It will come back. As soon as I'm done with that mod, it will come back. But that mod goes all the way up to year 4. So, as soon as I'm done with that mod, I'm on year 1 though. I'm on year 1, we're not on year 4, so it goes all the way up to year 4, so I'm gonna be in it for a little bit. I will not be playing Story of Seasons either. One day I'm gonna return to Story of Seasons. Not right now though. I don't know, never say never. I take every stream just on whatever I feel like doing, and right now, if someone told me to play Story of Seasons, I'd rather just go back to sleep. I have like zero desire to do that. I'd rather just play Stardew Valley offline. I'd rather not stream. I'd rather just not stream. Anyway, it's Hunger Games time. We're gonna do some book reading. Still have that jacket on. I love the way a brand new book feels. Like, it feels so good. It feels like I could actually do this for like hours. Like, I love the way a brand new book feels. Just touching it. It's so good. I already read the jacket cover last time, but I have to strip her a little bit because I love Story of Seasons. Don't be mean to Story of Seasons. I love Story of Seasons. I Excuse me, what? Wait, Suzanne Collins is the author of the best-selling Underland Chronicles series, which started with the Gregor the Overlander. What? I've got to look up this book series. The first novel in the Hunger Games trilogy, The Hunger Games, was a New York Times bestseller, garnered numerous star reviews, and received wide praise and accolades. Suzanne lives with her family in Connecticut. I will actually be looking up. I can't focus now. I actually gotta look up that fucking book. What? In my head, Miss Suzanne. In my head, Miss Suzanne Collins. Oh my. That picture is so crazy. Oh, okay. Well, as soon as she was done, she stopped writing those books. Let me stop. In my head, like, Suzanne Collins really only wrote The Hunger Games, but she did have Gregor the Overlander beforehand. Oh, I gotta read this one. Oh, I gotta read Biological Warfare. Oh my god, I gotta read this one. Oh my god, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna read that. I didn't know she had written other books. I'm gonna read that because, like, this says The Underland Chronicles is a series of 5 high fantasy novels by Suzanne Collins, first published between 2003 and 2007. It tells the story of a boy named Gregor and his adventures in the Underland, a subterranean world located under New York City. According to the author, the series has many topics related to war, including biological warfare, genocide, and military intelligence. I'm locked the fuck in. I'm absolutely locked the fuck in. Yep. Okay, so she wrote this book series, and then afterwards she wrote The Hunger Games. Suzanne Collins loves war. She loves war. I'm understanding that. I'm like locked the fuck in on that one. Okay, oh my gosh, she also worked on Wow Wow Wubsy. She is a mind, let me tell you. I did not know that about her. She was a writer for children's television. I did not know that. She worked on Wow Wow Wubsy, Wow Wow, and Clifford's Puppy Days. I did not know that. I mean, there are other shows she worked on too, but like Little Bear and Oswald, I did not know that. Wow. Yeah, she loves war. I love that for her. I love an author with like a thorough line, you know? I love an author that just like has one thing and just keeps doing that. Like, I like that a lot, actually. I like that a lot, actually. But then she wrote The Hunger Games, and of course, after she wrote The Hunger Games, she was like, I would never have to write a single book in my entire life. She wrote The Hunger Games, and she was like, oh yeah, I'm never writing another fucking book ever again. Which is fair. I just wish she wrote more books, actually. I'm kind of sad. She was too good. She was actually too fucking good. Like, her swag was too fucking good. It only took one book series before she found her groove. That was literally it. Damn, that's actually very disappointing. I mean, like, maybe I'll read Gregor and I won't like it, but I do enjoy Suzanne Collins' writing style, so that's disappointing that, like, she got too famous. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, she got a little bit too famous. Like, she wrote, like, one of the best, like, YA novels, like, ever as her second book series. So, she's like, well, never again. She's like, well, I got all the money, so I mean, I can just retire after this, which is so fair. That's so fair, but also I just want more books. Okay. I'm just on her website now. I'm like, damn. I really did not know that. I thought that she had like only written The Hunger Games. I really thought that she had only written The Hunger Games. To know that there's there's like another book, I'm like, oh damn. But she was also writing on kids shows, so that's so upsetting. I wish I didn't know that. Damn. I mean, possible book series for me to read in the future, though. Another book series. Okay. I'll let it go. Let me get this jacket sleeve. Sparks are igniting. Flames are spreading, and the capital wants revenge. Against all odds, Katniss has won the Hunger Games. She and fellow District 12 tribute Peeta Mellark are miraculously still alive. Katniss should be relieved, happy even. After all, she has returned to her family and her longtime friend Gale. Yet nothing the way Katniss wishes it to be. Gale holds her at an icy distance. Peeta has turned his back on her completely. There are whispers of a rebellion against the capital, a rebellion that Katniss and Peeta may have helped create. Much to her shock, Katniss is fueled in unrest. She is afraid. She cannot stop. And what scares her even more is that she's not entirely convinced. She should try. As time draws near for Katniss and Peeta to visit the districts on the capital's cruel victory tour, the stakes are higher than ever. If they can't prove without a shadow of a doubt that they are lost in their love for each other, the consequences will be horrifying. In Catching Fire, the second novel of the Hunger Games trilogy, Suzanne Collins continues the story of Katniss Everdeen, testing her more than ever before and surprising readers at every turn. Yep, that's a jacket. That's a book jacket, alright. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a book jacket. She's like Harper Lee, but with two instead. Has to check if there are any Peeta parallels. I think Gregory is like a whole child, but I mean, like Katniss and Peeta are children too, but it's like, I like Peeta as a character. Like, I really enjoy Peeta as a character, like a lot. Also, disabled representation. I love Peeta. Is a minor. I have no idea. I've never read that book before. I didn't even know this book existed like 30 minutes ago. So, who knows? Who knows? But I just like the way she writes her protagonist. I like that Katniss Everdeen is like this extremely flawed character, and yet I completely understand her. I think that's a really hard thing for a lot of authors to do, is to write somebody that's like, because like Katniss Everdeen is like inherently unlikable. Like she talks about it a lot. That's like a major issue actually in the book, that she talks about how like she doesn't know how to make friends, she doesn't get along with people, and we know why that is. It's like drama, it's heavy drama, and also she does not stop being unlikable. Again, for like reasons that you understand throughout the book, and I think that's fun. I think that's really fun, is to have this protagonist that like is just like so fucking annoying, and yet like you're never annoyed by her. Like, I'm never annoyed by Katniss. I think that's like good writing. Like, I'm never annoyed by Katniss, to be completely honest. I know I like made jokes about it. I made jokes about it the entire time. Like, oh my god, Katniss, she doesn't get it. But it's like, when I read the book, I'm never really bothered by Katniss. Like, I understand exactly why she is the way she is, regardless of any annoying moment that she has. And I think that's like a hard thing to do. I don't think a lot of people pull that off. I think writers try to do that, and it doesn't always come off in a way where the characters are sympathetic or you understand them, but Katniss does, which is why I'm interested in her first book, because I'm hearing like biological warfare and war. I'm like, oh my god, I'm hoping for another unlikable protagonist. Give me another unlikable protagonist. Give me another annoying child. Yes, that's what I like. I like flawed protagonists. I don't like protagonists that are perfect. I don't think there's any point in that. in my opinion. It makes them less interesting to me. Anyway, was District 2 shown rebelling in the books? I know the movie showed it after Rue got killed. Nope. Nope. The movies kind of have to show it because you don't have Katniss's, like, again, internal dialogue, because throughout the first book she's kind of wondering, like, what does this all mean? And that kind of lays the groundwork for implications of the rebellion. But since we don't get internal dialogue, they kind of have to show what's happening outside of Katniss, which I think does a disservice, to be completely honest, like, to the rest of the story. But that's, again, just like a film adaptation. If things had to change, whatever, that's fine. It is what it is. Yeah, anyway, back to this book. Wow. Back to this whole book. It's the way I'm actually, like, tilted. A little tilted. Yeah, I mean, like, at the very end of the first book, Haymitch does go to Katniss, like, before she goes on the stage, right? Like, before she's seen Peeta for the first time. And he's like, hey, we're in big fucking trouble, babes. When he whispers in her ear and he's like, hey, they want to fucking kill you. That's the first time that, like, Katniss has, like, confirmation, right? When she gets that whisper and she's like, oh shit, they want to fucking kill me because of what the fuck happened. Oh no. Like, that's the first time she gets, like, confirmation that, like, oh, this is bad. Like, oh no, what I did was really bad. Like, really bad. And then she starts spiraling after that, but, like, we as the audience don't know that it's gonna be, like, a much bigger thing until this book. Anyway, speaking of the book, Catching Fire, oh my god, I cannot believe I got donated all of these books, like, they're brand new, mint condition. I love a fucking fresh book. For my parents, Jane and Michael Collins, and my parents-in-law, Dixie and Charles Pryor. Ooh. We're gonna get into it. Gotta do a big back crack before we start. Part 1. The Spark. Chapter 1. I clasp the flask between my hands, even though the warmth from the tea has long since leached into the frozen air. My muscles are clenched tight against the cold. If a pack of wild dogs were to appear in this moment, the odds of scaling a tree before they attacked are not in my favor. I should get up, move around, and work the stiffness from my limbs, but instead I sit, as motionless as the rock beneath me, while the dawn begins to lighten the woods. I can't fight the sun. I can only watch helplessly as it drags me into a day that I have been dreading for months. By noon, they will all be at my new house in the Victor's Village. The reporters, the camera crews, even Iffy Trinket, my old escort, will have made their way to District 12 from the capital. I wonder if Effie will be wearing that silly pink wig, or if she'll be sporting some other unnatural color, especially for the victory tour. There will be others waiting too, a staff to cater to my every need on the long train trip, a prep team to beautify me for public appearances, my stylist and friend, Senna, who designed the gorgeous outfits that first made the audience take notice of me in the Hunger Games. If it were up to me, I would try to forget the Hunger Games entirely. Never speak of them, pretend they were nothing but a bad dream. But the victory tour makes that impossible. Strategically placed almost midway between the annual games, it is the capital's way of keeping the horror fresh and immediate. Not only are we in the districts forced to remember the iron grip of the capital's power each year, we're forced to celebrate it. And this year, I am one of the stars of the show. I will have to travel from district to district to stand before the cheering crowds who secretly loathe me, to look down into the faces of the families whose children I have killed. The sun persists in rising, so I make myself stand. All my joints complain, and my left leg has been asleep for so long that it takes several minutes of pacing to bring the feeling back into it. I've been in the woods 3 hours, but I've made no real attempt at hunting. I have nothing to show for it. It doesn't matter to my mother and little sister Brim anymore. They can afford to buy butcher meat in town, although none of us likes it any better than fresh game. But my best friend, Gale Hawthorne, and his family will be depending on today's haul, and I can't let them down. I start that hour-and-a-half trek it will take to cover our snare line. Back when we were in school, we had time in afternoons to check the line and hunt and gather and still get back to trade in town. But now that Gale has gone to work in the coal mines, and I have nothing to do all day, I've taken over the job. By this time, Gale will have clocked in at the mines, taken the stomach-churning elevator ride into the depths of the earth, and be pounding away at a coal seam. I know what it's like down there. Every year in school, as a part of our training, my class had to tour the mines. When I was little, it was just as unpleasant. The claustrophobic tunnels, the foul air, suffocating darkness on all sides. But after my father and several other miners were killed in an explosion, I could barely force myself onto the elevator. The annual trip became an enormous source of anxiety. Twice, I made myself sick in anticipation of it that my mother kept me home because she thought I contracted the flu. I think of Gale, who is only really alive in the woods, with its fresh air and sunlight and clean flowing water. I don't know how he stands it. Well, yes, I do. He stands it because it's the way to feed his mother and 2 younger brothers and sister. And here I am, with buckets of money, far more than enough to feed both our families now, and he won't take a single coin. It's even hard for him to let me bring in meat, although he surely have kept my mother and Brim supplied. If I had been killed in the games, catch up. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. How was stream? What were you doing? I see you were doing ASMR, but what specifically were you doing? Hi, hello raiders. My name is Puppkats. I'm an asexual, non-binary sex demon after nothing but your heart. I use they, them pronouns. They, them, theirs, and right now we are reading The Hunger Games. It's ASMR book night. So we're reading this beautiful book. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Oh my god. Caparian soul. Thank you. I'm gonna put a heart in your honor for it. Thank you. I rambled the whole stream. No, that's okay. I mean, I ramble pretty much every time I take a little break from this, so every time I take a little break from reading, I do a bit of rambling, so that's totally fine. Cap is a good nickname. Okay, thank you. I will try and remember that. Thanks much. I hope everybody's doing okay and feeling okay, and if you are yourself in that way. Go to sleep. Get the hell out of here. You can respectfully fuck off, as we like to call it here. And also thank you for the thirsty redeem. That's a good way for me to take care of myself. As I put this fucking book down. Shh. Grab my water bottle. But yeah, that applies to everybody, not just the raiders, but people that were already here. The streamer, whoever needs to take care of yourself. Just go do it. Take care of yourself in whichever way resonates for you. The water's crispy. It's very crispy. A tiny one. A baby slurp. Just a tiny baby one. Just one for the road. But I'm glad stream sounds like it went well. So if you need to head out, catch up, feel free to go do that. And take care of yourself in that way. We're reading the second book in the Hunger Games. We had read the first book. I'm all out of lip balm. This is so terrible. This is so mad. I should have restocked my lip balm before I started the stream. I'll be looking while I get ready for bed, of course. No, thank you for rating. I very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Even though I literally just started, so there's not much happening right now. But we had already read the first book, and now today we're starting the second one. I got a lip balm up because, like, I forgot how much lips are involved when I do these streams. I always forget, even though it's an obvious thing. Very obvious, and still. Alright, now my lips are nice and juicy. We can continue. I'm hydrated. My lips are juicy. We can now continue. Alright, page 5 of this book. I tell him he's doing me a favor, that it drives me nuts to sit around all day. Even so, I never drop off the game while he's at home, which is easy since he works 12 hours a day. The only time I really get to see Gale now is on Sundays, when we meet up in the woods to hunt together. It's still the best day of the week, but it's not like it used to be before, when we could tell each other anything. The games have even spoiled that. I keep hoping that as time passes, we'll regain the ease between us, but part of me knows it's futile. There's no going back. I get a good haul from the traps. 8 rabbits, 2 squirrels, and a beaver that swam into a wire contraption Gale designed himself. He's something of a whiz with snares, rigging them to bend saplings so they'll pull the kill out of reach of predators, balancing logs on delicate stick triggers, weaving inescapable baskets to capture fish. As I go along, carefully resetting each snare, I know I can never quite replicate his eye for balance, his instinct for where the prey will cross the path. It's more than experience. It's a natural gift. Like the way I can shoot an animal in almost complete darkness and can still take it down with an arrow. By the time I make it back to the fence that surrounds District 12, the sun is well up. As always, I listen for a moment, but there's no telltale hum of electrical current running through the chain link. There hardly ever is, even though the thing is supposed to be charged full time. I wriggle through the opening at the bottom of the fence and come up in the meadow, just a stone's throw from my home. My old home. We still get to keep it since officially it's the designated dwelling of my mother and sister. If I should drop dead right now, they would have to return to it. But at the present, they're both happily installed in the new house in Victor's village, and I'm the only one who uses the squat little place where I was raised. To me, it's my real home. I go there now to switch my clothes, exchange my father's old jacket for a fine wool coat that always seems too tight on the shoulders, leave my soft, worn hunting boots for a pair of expensive, machine-made shoes that my mother thinks are more appropriate for someone of my status. I've already stowed my bow and arrows in a hollow log in the woods. Although time is ticking away, I allow myself a few minutes to sit in the kitchen. Thank you so much for the follow, Thank you. It's an English only chat though. Nigro. It's an English only Nigro Ski. Oh my god, I cannot say your username, but thank you. I very much appreciate the follow. It is an English only chat though, because I have no idea what you just said. Not a single clue. Greetings from Poland. Ayo, I hope you're doing well. Nigro is enough. Thank you. Greetings, I hope you're doing well. Day night wherever you are. I've already stowed my bow and arrows in a hollow log in the woods. Although time is ticking away, I allow myself a few minutes to sit in the kitchen. It has an abandoned quality with no fire on the hearth, no cloth on the table. I mourn my old life here. We barely scraped by, but I knew where I fit in. I knew what my place was in the tightly interwoven fabric that was our life. I wish I could go back to it because in retrospect, it seems so secure compared with now, when I am so rich and so famous and so hated by the authorities in the capital. How am I? I'm very good. Thank you so much for asking. Thank you, thank you. I very much appreciate you asking that. I'm doing well. I'm eepy though. I am a little eepy. But I had a nap before stream, so it should even itself out. A wailing at the back door demands my attention. I open it to find Buttercup, Brim's scruffy old tomcat. He dislikes the new house almost as much as I do and always leaves it when my sister's at school. We've never been particularly fond of each other, but now we have this new bond. I let him in, feed him a chunk of beaver fat, and even rub him between his ears for a little bit. You're hideous, you know that, right? I ask him. Buttercup nudges my hand for more petting, but we have to go. Come on, you. I scoop him up with one hand, grab my game bag with the other, and haul them both out onto the street. The hat springs free and disappears under a bush. The shoes pinch my toes as I scrunch along the cider street. Cutting down alleys and through backyards gets me to Gail's house in minutes. His mother, Hazel, sees me through the window where she's bent over the kitchen sink. She dries her hand on her apron and disappears to meet me at the door. I like Hazel, respect her. The explosion that killed my father took out her husband as well, leaving her with 3 boys and a baby due any day. Less than a week after she gave birth, she was out hunting in the streets for work. The mines weren't an option, what with a baby to look after, but from some of the merchants in town. At 14, Gail, the eldest of the kids, became the main supporter of the. He was already signed up for Tesserae, which entitled him to a meager supply of grain and oil in exchange for his entering his name extra times in the drawing. wasn't enough to keep a family of 5 without Hazel working her fingers to the bone on that washboard. In winter, her hands got so red and cracked, they bled at the slightest provocation. Still would if it wasn't for the slab my mother concocted. But they were determined, Hazel and Gail, that the other boys, 12-year-old Rory and 10-year-old Vic, and the baby, 4-year-old Posey, will never have to sign up for Desiree. Hazel smiles when she sees the game. She takes the beaver by the tail, feeling its weight. He's gonna make a nice stew. Unlike Gail, she has no problem with our hunting arrangement. A good pelt too, I answer. It's comforting here with Hazel, weighing the merits of the game just as we always have. She pours me a mug of herb tea, which I wrap my chilled fingers around gratefully. You know, when I get back from the tour, I was thinking I might take Rory out with me sometimes, after school, and teach him to shoot. Hazel nods. That'd be good. Gail means to, but he's only got his Sundays, and I think he likes saving those for you. I can't stop the redness that floods my cheeks. It's stupid, of course. Hardly anybody knows me better than Hazel, knows the bond I share with Gail. I'm sure plenty of people assumed that we'd eventually get married, even if I never gave it any thought. But that was before the games, before my fellow tribute, Peter Malark, announced he was madly in love with me. Our romance became a key strategy for our survival in the arena. Only it wasn't just a strategy for Peta. I'm not sure what it was for me, but I now know it was nothing but painful for Gail. My chest tightens as I think about how on the Peta and I will have to present ourselves as lovers again. I gulp my tea even though it's too hot and push back from the table. I better get going, make myself presentable for the cameras. Hazel hugs me. Enjoy the food. Oh, absolutely, I say. The next stop is the Hub, where I've traditionally done a bulk of my trading. Years ago it was a warehouse to store coal. Store coal. I don't know why those words back to back are throwing me. But when it fell into disuse, it became a meeting place for illegal trades, and then blossomed into a full-time black market. If it attracts a somewhat criminal element, then I belong here, I guess. Hunting in the woods surrounding District 12 violates at least a dozen laws, and is punishable by death. Although they never mention it, I owe the people who frequent the Hub. Gail told me that Greasy Say, the old woman who serves up soup, started a collection to sponsor Peta and me during the games. It was supposed to be just a Hub thing, but a lot of other people heard about it and chipped in. I don't know exactly how much it was, and the price of any gift in the arena was exorbitant. But for all I know, it made the difference between my life and death. It's still odd to drag open the front door with an empty game bag, with nothing to trade, and instead feel the heavy pocket of coins against my hip. I try to hit as many stalls as possible, spreading out my purchases of coffee, buns, eggs, yarn, and oil. As an afterthought, I buy 3 bottles of white liquor from a one-armed woman named Ripper, a victim of a mine accident who was smart enough to find a way to stay alive. The liquor isn't for my family. It's for Hamish, who acted as a mentor for Peta and me in the games. He's surly, violent, and drunk most of the time, but he did his job. More than his job. Because for the first time in history, 2 tributes were allowed to win. So no matter who Hamish is, I owe him too. And that's for always. I'm getting the white liquor because a few weeks ago he ran out, and there was none for sale, and he had a withdrawal, shaking and screaming at terrifying things he could only see. wasn't much fun for me to see him like that either. Ever since then, I've been sort of stockpiling the stuff just in case there's a shortage again. Gray, our head peacekeeper, frowns when he sees me with the bottles. He's an older man with a few strands of silver hair combed sideways above his bright red face. That stuff's too strong for you, girl. You should know. Next to Hamish, Gray drinks more than anyone I've ever met. My mother uses it in medicines, I say indifferently. Well, it'll kill just about anything, he says, and slaps down a coin for a bottle. When I reach Greasy Say's stall, I boost myself up to sit on the counter and order some soup, which looks to be some kind of gourd and bean mixture. A peacekeeper named Darius comes up and buys a bowl while I'm eating. As law enforcers go, he's one of my favorites, never really throwing his weight around, always good for a joke. He's probably in his 20s, but he doesn't seem much older than I do. Something about his smile, his red hair that sticks out every which way, gives him a boyish quality. Aren't you supposed to be on the train? He asks me. They're collecting me at noon, I answer. Shouldn't you look better? He asks in a loud whisper. I can't help smiling at his teasing, in spite of my mood. Maybe a ribbon in your hair or something. He flicks my braid with his hand, and I brush him away. Don't worry. By the time they get through with me, I'll be unrecognizable, I say. Good, he says. Let's show a little district pride for a change, Miss Everdeen. He shakes his head at Greasy Say in mock disapproval and walks off to join his friends. I'll want that bowl back, Greasy Say calls after him, but since she's laughing, she doesn't sound particularly stern. Gil going to see you off? She asks me. I want to be a little guy. I mean, you can be. Just be a little guy. No. He wasn't on the list, I say. I saw him Sunday, though. I think he'd have made the list, him being your cousin and all. He says Riley. It's just one more part of the lie that the capitalists concocted. Okay, I have to pause here because, like, this is again why I'm like, Suzanne Collins really did not want Gail. Suzanne Collins really did not want Gail to be like a situation, because she wrote it in the plot. She was like, okay, so originally I wanted Gail to be the cousin, but they didn't want that, so I'm gonna write it in the plot. I'm gonna still somehow write it in the plot. This cousin shit, I'm gonna write that shit in, because like it's not clicking for people. It's not clicking, so I'm gonna write this shit in, which is not helped by what happens later, but we'll get to what happens later. We'll get there. She's not helping herself, but but we'll get to it later. I have something to say about that, but we'll get to it later. We'll get to it later. Hello. Hi, I hope you're doing well. When Peta and I made it to the final 8 in the Hunger Games, they sent reporters to do personal stories about us. When they asked about my friends, everyone directed them to Gail, but it wouldn't do, what with the romance I was playing out in the arena, to have my best friend be Gail. He was too handsome, too male, and not the least bit willing to smile and play nice with the cameras. We do resemble each other, though, quite a bit. We have that seam look, dark straight hair, olive skin, gray eyes, so some genius made him my cousin. I didn't know about it until we were already home, on the platform at the train station, and my mother said, your cousins can hardly wait to see you. Then I turned and saw Gail and Hazel and all the kids waiting for me. So what could I do but go along? We'll get to that later, because I have to address it, because like it astounds me that people actually believe that Gale is a thing. Like, it actually astounds me because, like, I think this book cements it, to be completely honest. I think this book, like, cements it. Like, if this book doesn't cement it, the end of Mockingjay, oh my god, I can't wait until we read Mockingjay. I thought you were muted or left. I've been talking this entire time. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I have been talking book. It's me reading. I'm reading the book. I'm reading. It's not an audiobook, it's my voice. This is me. Because, like, shh, be quiet, you. Because, like, the stuff that happens in Catching Fire, oh, brother. I mean, like, Mockingjay's my favorite book, but Mockingjay's my favorite book, but, like, this is a good one. This is a good one, and I have to address it because, like, people will cite a lot of stuff that happens in this book as being like, see, Katniss really did like Gale, but it's like, no, you're not reading the book correctly. So I'm so sorry, you're actually not reading the book correctly. Like, you're actually not reading the book correctly. I'm so sorry. Yikes. Did we not read the first book? Yikes. But we'll get to it. Turns out my headphones wire wasn't properly connected. Oh, yeah, I've been reading this entire time. Just like I'm gonna keep reading right now. Greasy Say knows we're not related. But even some of the people who've known us for years seem to have forgotten. I just can't wait for the whole thing to be over, I whisper. That's a surprise tool we're gonna put in our back pocket. I just can't wait for the whole thing to be over. Oh, honey. You've got a big storm coming. Oh no, Katniss. Oh no. Oh, I can't wait. Oh no. Oh no. Trauma incoming. Oh no, that's really bad. Oh, we'll get to that. Okay, I'm gonna lock in now. I know, says Greasy Say. But you've gotta get through to the end of it. Better not be late. A light snow starts to fall and I make my way to the... It's about a half-mile walk there in the center of town, but it seems like another world entirely. It's a separate community built around a beautiful green dotted with flowering bushes. There are 12 houses, each large enough to hold 10 of the one I was raised in, 9 stamped empty, as they always have. The 3 in use belong to Hamish, Peta, and me. The house is inhabited by my family, and Peta give up a warm glow of life. Lit windows, smoke from the chimneys, bunches of brightly colored corn affixed to the front doors as decoration for the upcoming harvest festival. However, Hamish's house, despite the care taken by the groundskeeper, exudes an air of abandonment and neglect. I brace myself at his front door, knowing it will be foul, and then push inside. My nose immediately wrinkles in disgust. Hamish refuses to let anyone in to clean and does a poor job himself. Over the years, the odors of liquor and vomit, boiled cabbage and burnt meat, unwashed clothes, and mouse droppings have intermingled into a stench that brings tears to my eyes. I wade through a litter of discarded wrappings, broken glass, and bones to where I know I will find Hamish. He sits at the kitchen table, his arms sprawled across the wood, his face in a puddle of liquor, snoring his head off. I nudge his shoulder. Get up, I say loudly, because I've learned there is no subtle way to wake him. His snoring stops for a moment, questioningly, and and then resumes. I push your martyr. Get up, Image, it's tour day. I force the window up, inhaling deep breaths of clean air outside. My feet shift through the garbage on the floor and unearth a tin coffee pot and fill it at the sink. The stove isn't completely out, and I manage to coax a few live coals into the flame. I pour some ground coffee into the pot, enough to make sure the resulting brew will be good and strong, and set it on the stove to boil. Image is still dead to the world. Since nothing else has worked, I fill a basin with icy cold water and dump it on his head and spring out of the way. A guttural animal sound comes from his throat, the way he jumps up, kicking his chair 10 feet behind him and wielding a knife. I forgot he always sleeps with the one clutched in his hand. I should have pried it from his fingers, but I had a lot on my mind. Spewing profanity, he slashes the air a few moments before coming to his senses. He wipes his face on his shirt sleeve and turns to the windowsill where I perch, just in case I need to make a quick exit. What are you doing? He sputters. You told me to wake you an hour before the cameras come, I say. What? He says. Your idea, I insist. He seems to remember. Why am I all wet? I couldn't shake you awake, I say. Look, if you wanted to be babied, you should have asked Peta. Ask me what? Just as the sound of his voice twists my stomach into a knot of unpleasant emotions, like guilt, sadness, and fear, and longing. I might as well admit there's some of that too. Only it has too much competition to ever win out. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have to talk now because that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you read this portion? And when she thinks about Gail, literally, in the back, she was like, yeah, me and Gail could be family. She's like, me and Gail could be family. I have no idea how I feel about Gail besides the fact that he is like my family. He is like my family. Me and him look the exact same. We have trauma bonded. Like, that is every single time she talks about Gail, that's what she says. Instead, she's like, oh my god, when I see Peta, I feel longing in my stomach, but like, I don't have time to do that. I feel guilty. I feel sadness. I feel longing. When I think about Peta, I think he looks so strong, but like, I don't know what that means. It was so funny to me. At the end of the last book, when she sees Peta for the first time and like immediately runs into his arms, like, that was not for the cameras. Like, she just did that. She like immediately runs into his arms and like hugs him and they kiss, and then she's like, oh my god, the cameras. And she's like, for the first time, like, Katniss Everdeen, I'm watching you. Katniss Everdeen. This is so sad because I have a big storm coming for you. I have a really big storm coming for you. Gale fans are in shambles. Gale fans are disgusting. They're disgusting for a multitude of reasons, but like, disgusting. This is not Twilight. There is no triangle. There is no love triangle. Okay, that's the problem with you people. Which is actually genuinely the problem with you people. Like, I actually find it to be very smart the way that Suzanne Collins went about it, because like, once again, if you don't know the story of the Hunger Games, about like this weird like situation with Gale, it's that originally when Suzanne Collins was writing the Hunger Games, she wanted Gale to be a family member, but since it was coming out during the era of like a lot of YA novels including love triangles, her publishers forced her to write Gale as a separate character outside of her family and kind of imply that there was this like love triangle. And it gets especially I think it gets bastardized, for lack of a better term, when it comes to the movies, because because it was at the time of the movies. Oh yeah, that shit was definitely happening. Like think about Twilight, think about Divergent, like oh yeah, that shit was definitely happening, which came much later after the Hunger Games, but was those things, not Twilight, but Divergent, dystopia being inspired by the Hunger Games, but always having like a love triangle in it. Oh, for sure, The Host. You think about like franchises like that. Also, we're taking a 3-minute ad break, so if you're hungry, tired, and are sleepy, go to sleep, take a break, do whatever you need to do to take care of yourself, unless you are in fact subscribed, in which case don't worry about it. You will still be receiving the stream from your favorite puppkats, which is me. Hello. But I think the way she put it, it really exemplifies the what's the word I'm looking for? Like the sick perversion that people have with it's like this really good satire on the way that people kind of force romantic relationships where there aren't any. Does that make any sense? Because like she had already commented on it in the way that Katniss and Peeta get together, right? Like, yes, Katniss does have feelings for Peeta. We know that much to be true, just based off of a lot of the stuff we already talked about. However, the way that the Capitol uses their romance to an extent where Katniss can barely figure out her own feelings. Like, it's the what's the word I'm looking for? There's a word I'm looking for. Commodification. It's the commodification of their relationship that makes it difficult for her to sparse out her feelings, and the same can be said about Gale. Like, I really appreciate that, like, Suzanne Collins was kind of put in a rock and a hard place, right? But she still wrote it in a way that, like, made a lot of sense for Katniss, and also still is commentating on the way that romance is used and the way that we commodify romance in our media. I very much love that. Thank you. Chef's kiss. Anyway, this is all for me to say that Gale sucks, and we'll get to that. In any case, Peeta, page 15. I watch as Peeta crosses to the table, the sunlight of the window picking up the glint of fresh snow on his blonde hair. He looks strong and healthy and so different from the sick, starving boy I knew in the arena, and you can barely notice his limp now. He sets a loaf of fresh bread on the table and holds his hand out to Haymitch. I asked you to wake me without giving me pneumonia, says Haymitch, passing over his knife. He pulls off his filthy shirt, revealing an equally soiled undershirt, and rubs himself down with a dry pad. Peeta smiles and douses Haymitch's knife in a white liquor from the bottle on the floor. He wipes the blade clean on his shirt tail and slices the bread. Peeta keeps us all in fresh baked goods. I hunt, he bakes, Haymitch drinks. We all have our own ways to stay busy, to keep the thoughts of our time as contestants in the Hunger Games at bay. It's not until he's handed Haymitch the heel that he even looks at me for the first time. Would you like a piece? No, I hate a hob, I say. But thank you. My voice doesn't sound like my own. It's so formal. Just as it's been every time I've spoken to Peeta since the cameras finished filming our happy homecoming and we return to our real lives. You're welcome, he says back stiffly. Haymitch tosses his shirt somewhere into the mess. You two have got a lot of warming up to do before showtime. He's right, of course. The audience will be expecting the pair of lovebirds who won the Hunger Games not to. People can barely look each other in the eye. But all I say is, take a bath, Haymitch, and then I swing out the window and drop to the ground and head across the green to my house. The snow has begun to stick, and I leave a trail of footprints behind me. At the front door, I pause to knock the wet stuff from my shoes before I go in. My mother has been working day and night to make everything perfect for the cameras, so it's no time to be tracking up her shiny floors. I barely stepped inside when she's there, holding my arm as if to stop me. with supplies for my shoulder. It's just snow. Did you have a nice walk? Walk? She knows I've been in the woods half the night. Then I see the man standing behind her in the kitchen doorway. One look at his tailored suit and surgically perfected features, and I know he's from the capital. Something is wrong. It was more like skating. It's really slippery out there. Someone's here to see you, says my mother. Her face is too pale, and I can hear the anxiety she's trying to hide. I thought they weren't due until noon. I pretend not to notice her state. Did Senna come early to help me get ready? No, Katniss, it's... My mother begins. This way, please, Miss Everdeen, says the man. He gestures down the hallway. It's weird to be ushered around your own home, but I know better than to comment on it. As I go, I give my mother a reassuring smile over my shoulder. Probably more instructions for the door. Shh, be quiet, you. It's my tummy, shh. I didn't even think I was hungry. Why is my stomach making noises? I guess I'm hungry. I didn't even think I was. They've been sending me all kinds of stuff about my itinerary and what protocol will be observed in each district. But as I walk towards the door of the study, a door I've never even seen closed until this moment, I can feel my mind begin to race. Who is here? What do they want? Why is my mother so pale? Go right in, says the capital man, who has followed me down the hallway. I twist the polished brass knob and step inside. My nose registers the conflicting scents of roses and blood. A small, white-haired man, who seems vaguely familiar, is reading a book. He holds up a finger as if to say, "Give me a moment." Then he turns, and my heart skips a beat. I'm staring into the snake-like eyes of President Snow. Chapter 2. In my mind, President Snow should be viewed in front of the marble pillars hung with oversized flags. It's jarring to see him surrounded by the ordinary objects in the room, like taking the lid off a pot and finding a fanged viper instead of Sue. What could he be doing here? My mind rushes back to the opening days of other victory tours. I remember seeing the winning tributes with their mentors and stylists. Even some high government officials have made appearances occasionally. But I have never seen President Snow. He attends celebrations in the capital, period. Thank you so much for the follow, Chips Potato. Thank you, thank you. I very much appreciate it. You get a heart in your honor. Thank you. I'm gonna put it on right now. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. Put that on. If he's made the journey all the way from his city, it can only mean one thing. I'm in serious trouble. And if I am, so is my family. A shiver goes through me when I think of the proximity of my mother and sister to this man who despises me, will always despise me, because I outsmarted his sadistic Hunger Games, made the capital look foolish, and consequently undermined his control. All I was trying to do was keep Peeta and myself alive. Any act of rebellion was purely coincidental. But when the capital decrees that only one tribute can live, and you have the audacity to challenge it, I guess that's rebellion in itself. My only defense was pretending that I was driven insane by a passionate love for Peeta, so we were both allowed to live celebrate and wave goodbye to the cameras and be left alone until now. What do I think about the prequel books? I do not like A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. There's only one. It's A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. And I don't like it. So I believe that I know I say this is a joke, but like I actually genuinely believe that like they put a gun to Suzanne Collins' head. There's only one. Like I think they put a gun to her head, and they were like, "The Hunger Games. We want to make more money. Like we want to make more money. If you don't put out the fucking prequel book, we're gonna put this. We're gonna take you out." Because it's like, because my reasoning for this is that for one, I think the book, they have prequel books. It's called A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. The book was released 10 years after the last book. Okay, so The Hunger Games was released in 2008, right? So it's 2008. Catching Fire was released in 2009. Mockingjay was released in 2010. And then A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes was released in 2020. Does that make fucking sense to you? Does that make sense? Like, really, does that make sense? She's a good author. Does that make fucking sense? Does that make sense? Like, time-wise, no, that doesn't make any fucking sense. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. She would have written, if she wanted to make a prequel book, she would have written it in 2011. If she wanted to release a prequel, she literally would have put that shit out in 2011 or 2012. Like when the Hunger Games movie had released. She would have just released it in 2012. Second of all, while the writing in the book is still Suzanne Collins, I just think it's a very strange book. It's a very strange book about somebody that like no one gives a fuck about, to be completely honest. Like, I know people are having like revisionist history where they're like, oh, people wanted this book. No, people wanted a Haymitch book. Be so fucking for real. Like, be serious. You're incorrect. People wanted a Haymitch Abernathy book. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're just wrong. You don't remember the history like I do. Because I'm right. Who was asking for a Cornelius Snow book? Not I. Takers for the Cornelius Snow book. Takers are there Cornelius Snow lovers before A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Oh, okay, no. Oh no, okay. Like I said, it's very strange, and I think a lot of parts of it are kind of like corny, I'm not gonna lie. And I really just believe like she had they put a gun to that woman's head and they said, release another book so we can make some money. And that's not to say that it's not like vaguely interesting, because A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes is interesting, right? Like, it is interesting to read about this godforsaken person, but it's also like but it's also just like not Suzanne Collins. Like, it's not her. Like, the book is like very blatantly not her. I think Suzanne is at her strongest when she's writing like protagonists that are the underdogs. Like, she does a really good underdog story. And I'm not just saying that as in like, because I haven't read her other novel or other series. I'm saying that as in like in the context of the Hunger Games, the characters that are the strongest are ones that have been through the fucking mud. Cornelius Snow is not an underdog. Writing a character about our biggest villain, which, by the way, if you don't know who Cornelius Snow is, he's the president in this book. He's the president in this book series. He is the problem. he is the one who's running the Hunger Games. Literally, as I'm reading this right now, chapter 2, it's Katniss fucking losing her mind because President Snow has come into her house and she's petrified because he could kill her right there in that moment. Cornelius Snow is a monster, and I don't mean that in like, oh, a joking. I don't even know if I could say it in a joking way. It's not a joke. He's like an actual like textbook monster. Like, there are things that he has done that I don't want to spoil because we're gonna read the books, but like child exploitation does not even cover what he has done, like murder, child exploitation, child sexploitation. Like, this man is a monster. And then like writing a prequel series about 18-year-old sexy Cornelius Snow is a very weird premise. It's a very weird premise. And like, yes, Cornelius Snow has like, I don't even know what to say. Like, I guess his backstory is like a little sad, but like in comparison to what he does after, like, fuck this guy. Like, it's a very weird book. It's a very weird book. That's why I'm like, I really just feel like they put a gun to her head. Like, because that book is like, since it came out, I've been so shocked that like Suzanne put her name on that book. Again, that's not to say that like it's badly written. It's just not Suzanne Collins. Like, it's really just not her. So it's like so strange to have that book in conversation with the Hunger Games, because those books are like not the same. I honestly don't even recommend reading it, to be completely honest. Like, I don't recommend reading it. It doesn't really add a lot to your experience of the Hunger Games. It's a worse book. It's the weakest book if we're gonna conclude it in the series, which I don't. It's the weakest one. And yeah, it's the weakest book. I think the other 3 books are so much stronger. But a lot of people like the book, and I don't really know why. I just think that they really like the movie where he's like hot and sexy. It's like hot, sexy murder man. Hot, sexy, like, because like Cornelius Snow, like, he's like actually like, I don't know what to call him. He's like actually like Darth Vader. Like, he's actually like the H-man. Like, he's actually like, he's one of those guys where it's like, oh, we gotta kill him. Like, we gotta kill this guy. So it's just very strange to like have a book series. Have a book, not a book series, but just have a book. Yeah, have a book series where it's like the whole book series is about how fucking shitty the Hunger Games is, and how fucking shitty Cornelius Snow is, and how like he's actually like one of the worst people of all time. And then release a prequel series where it's like, don't you feel a little bad for him? And it's like, nah, though. Like, I know that's not what she meant, but like, it is a little bit. It is a little bit. Because it's just like, the way I don't give a fuck. It's really the way I don't give a fuck. I just think the books are not that. Sorry, not the books. That book. It's only one book. I just think that book is just like, it should have never been. It's a stain, I think, on the Hunger Games franchise, and that's just me. That's just me. It's really a stain on the entire franchise, and I hate that it exists. And I just don't talk about it because I hate that it exists. And I'll never read that ever again. I read it, and I was struggling to get through the rest of it. I was struggling really hard to like finish that book. But I mean, a lot of people do like it. So if you like that book, that's great. I mean, like, happy for you. I'm so happy for you. I just think hot, sexy backstory of a damn, like a predator. Like, this man is like not just He's like, this man needs to not be like buried underneath the jail. Like, they need to encase him like 1,600 feet underneath the jail. Like, it's not enough. It's actually not enough. Just be a little bit underneath the jail. So that's my feelings on A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. I could probably talk about how much I dislike that book for like 50 more years, but we're gonna go back to the actual good books that she wrote, the good ones. Yeah, she should have not put her name on that book, but that's just me. That's just me. That's just me. I think she should have not put her name on the book. She could have just been like, I had a ghostwriter. my producers, they made me, my publishers, they forced me to write this book. They forced me because, again, the books came out in 2008 and A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes came out in 2020 with no other books released since then. What does that tell you? That was a COVID book. Like, what does that tell you? Like, that book was not made with love in its heart. That book wasn't made with love. That book was made with war and hate. Okay, back to the book. Back to the good ones. Perhaps it is the newness of the house, or the shock of seeing him, or the mutual understanding that he could have killed me in a second, that makes me feel like the intruder, as if this is his home, and I'm the uninvited party. So I don't welcome him, or offer him a chair. I don't say anything. In fact, I treat him as if he's a real snake, the venomous kind. I stand motionless, my eyes lock on him, considering plans of retreat. I think we'll make this whole situation a lot simpler by agreeing not to lie to each other. He says, "What do you think?" I think my tongue is frozen and speech will be impossible, so I surprise myself by answering back in a steady voice. "Yes, I think that would save time." President Snow smiles, and I notice his lips for the first time. I'm expecting snake lips, which is to say none, but his are overly full, the skin stretched too tight. I have to wonder if his mouth has been altered to make him more appealing. If so, it was a waste of time and money, because he's not appealing at all. My advisors were concerned you would be difficult. "But you're not planning on being difficult, are you?" he asks. "No," I answer. That's what I told them. I said any girl who goes to such lengths to preserve her life isn't going to be interested in throwing it away with both hands. And then there's her family to think of, her mother, her sister, and all those cousins. By the way he lingers on the word cousins, I can tell he knows that Gail and I don't share a family tree. Well, it's all on the table now. Maybe that's better. I don't do well with ambiguous threats. I'd much rather know the score. Let's sit. President Snow takes a seat at the large desk of polished wood where Prim does her homework, and my mother budgets. Like our home, this is a place that he has no right, but ultimately every right to occupy. I sit in front of the desk on one of the carved, straight-back chairs. It's made for someone taller than I am, so only my toes rest on the ground. "I have a problem, Miss Everdeen," says President Snow. "A problem that began the moment you pulled out those poisonous berries in the arena. That was was the moment when I guessed that if the game makers had to choose between watching PETA and me commit suicide, which would mean having no victor and letting us both live, they would take the latter. If the head game maker, Seneca Green, had had any brains, he'd have blown you to dust right then. But he had had an unfortunate sentimental streak, so here you are. Can you guess where he is? He asks. I nod, because by the way he says it, it's clear that Seneca Green has been executed. The smell of those roses and blood has only grown stronger now that only a desk separates us. There's a rose in President Snow's label, which at least suggests a source of flower perfume, but it must be genetically enhanced, because no real rose reeks like that. As for the blood, I don't know. After that, there was nothing to do but let you play out your little scenario. And you were pretty good too, with the love grade schoolgirl bit. The people in the Capitol were quite convinced. Unfortunately, not everyone in the districts fell for your act, he says. My face must register at least a flicker of bewilderment, because he addresses it. This, of course, you don't know. You have no access to information about the mood in other districts. In several of them, however, people viewed your little trick with the berries as an act of defiance, not an act of love. And if a girl from District 12, of all places, can defy the Capitol and walk away unharmed, what is to stop them from doing the same? He says. What is to prevent, say, an uprising? It takes a moment for his last sentence to sink in. Then the full weight of it hits me. Uprisings, I ask, both chilled and somewhat elated by the possibility. But they'll follow if the course of things doesn't change, and uprisings have been known to lead to revolution. President Snow rubs a spot over his left eyebrow, the very spot where I myself get headaches. Do you have any idea what that would mean? How many people would die? What conditions those left would have to face? Whatever problems anyone may have with the Capitol, believe me when I say that if it gets its grip on the districts for even a short time, the entire system would collapse. I'm taken aback by the directness and even the sincerity of this speech, as if his primary concern is the welfare of the citizens of Panem, when nothing could be further from the truth. I don't know how I dare to say the next words, but I do. It must be very fragile if a handful of berries can bring it down. There's a long pause while he examines me. And then he says, It is fragile, but not in the way that you suppose. There's a knock at the door, and the Capitol man sticks his head in. Our mother wants to know if you want tea. I would like tea, says the president. The door opens wider, and there stands my mother, holding a tray with a china set she brought to the seam when she was married. Set it here, please. He places his book on the corner of the desk and pats the center. My mother sets the tray on the desk. It holds a china pot and cups, cream and sugar, and a plate of cookies. They are beautifully iced with softly colored flowers. The frosting work can only be PETA's. What a welcome sight. You know, it's funny how often people forget the presidents need to eat. President Snow says charmingly, Well, it seems to relax my mother a bit anyway. Can I get you anything else? I can cook something that's more substantial if you're hungry, she offers. No, this could not be more perfect, thank you, he says, clearly dismissing her. My mother nods, shoots me a glance, and goes. President Snow pours tea for both of us and fills his with cream and sugar, and takes a long time stirring. I sense he's had his say in his weight. I didn't mean to start any uprisings, I tell him. I believe you, but it doesn't matter. Your stylist turned out to be prophetic in his wardrobe choice. Katniss Everdeen, the girl who was on fire. You have provided a spark that, left unattended, may grow into an inferno that destroys Panem, he says. Why don't you just kill me now? I blurt. Publicly, he asks. That would only add fuel to the flames. Arrange an incident then, I ask. Who would buy it? He asks. Not you, if you were watching. Then tell me what you want me to do. I'll do it. If only it were that simple. He picks up one of the floured cookies and examines it. Lovely. Your mother made these. Pita. And for the first time, I find I can't hold his gaze. I reach for my tea, but set it back down when I hear the cup rattling against the saucer. To cover, I quickly take a cookie. Ah, Pita. How is the love of your life? He asks. Good, I say. At what point did he realize the exact degree to your indifference? He asks, dipping his cookie into his tea. I'm not indifferent, I say. But perhaps not as taken with a young man as you would have the country believe, he says. Who says I'm not? I say. I do, says the president. And I wouldn't be here if I were the only person who had doubts. How's the handsome cousin? I don't know. I don't. My revulsion at this conversation, at discussing my feelings for two people who I care about most with President Snow, chokes me off. Speak, Miss Everdeen. Him, I can easily kill off if we don't come to a happy resolution, he says. You aren't doing him a favor by disappearing into the woods with him each Sunday. Eclipsing suns, hi, hello, I hope you're doing well. If he knows this, what else does he know? And how does he know it? Many people could tell him that Gale and I spend our Sundays hunting. Don't we show up at the end of each one loaded down with game? Haven't we for years? The real question is, what he thinks goes on in the woods beyond District 12. Surely they haven't been tracking us in there. Or have they? Could we have been followed? That seems impossible. At least by person. Cameras. That never crossed my mind until this moment. The woods have always been our place of safety, our place beyond the reach of the capital, where we're free to say what we feel. We are, at least before the games. If we had been watched since, what have they seen? Two people hunting, saying treasonous things against the capital, yes, but not two people in love, which seems to be President Snow's implication. We're safe on that charge. Unless it only happened once. It was fast and unexpected, but it did happen. mercy. The Hunger Games book, yes. We're reading Catching Fire, the second book in the Hunger Games series. You're tired, go to eat. Take a load off, rest your back. Lie down, feel comfy. And go to sleep. Rest your eyes, just for a little bit. If you can. Page 25. After Peeta and I got home from the games, it was several weeks before I saw Gil alone. I just have to say before we start with this next part, I fucking hate Gil. Okay. I just have to start by saying this is all Gil's fault. Next. And then I'm gonna lock in. This is all Gil's fault, and then I'm gonna lock in. I've been awake for nearly 24 hours from 4 a.m. Oh no. Please get some rest. Is there a reason for that? Please go to sleep. Get some rest. I have to tell you, I'm the biggest hater. I hate the way that Gil walks. I hate the way he talks. I hate the way that he dresses. I hate. That's not true. I don't hate the way that he dresses, but like, yeah, I am the yeah, yeah. This has never been about love and hate. I have to tell you, I'm the biggest hater. Like I also just hate what Gil represents, which we don't really get to see until the next book. Like we're not really gonna get to see, because Gil, if we look right about like what each character represents, because all of these characters, they represent different facets of war. Gale represents the worst fucking facet of war, and like we're not even there yet. We're not even there. It actually, like, I fucking hate Gale. Thank you so much for the follow. I very much appreciate it. I do. If you do pass out, that's okay. The VOD will still remain if you want to watch it. If you want to, and I will continue reading the Hunger Games another day. But you do get a little heart in your honor. You do. All of these characters represent, which I haven't really talked about, like what each of these characters really represent, because it's not really all that relevant until Mockingjay, to be completely honest. But like, Gale is the worst part of war. Gale is like actually the worst part of war. Like I just it's not even his fault he was written that way, and yet what am I to do? What am I to do? Like him? I don't think I will be doing that. I'm on my Kendrick era. I don't think I will be. Alright, let me lock the fuck in. After Peeta and I got home from the games, it was several weeks before I saw Gale alone. First, they were the obligatory, oh my god, celebrations. A banquet for the victors that only the most high-ranking people were invited to. A holiday for the whole district with free food and entertainers brought in from the capital. Parcel Day, the first of 12, in which food packages were delivered to every person in the district. That was my favorite. To see all those hungry kids in the seam running around, waving cans of applesauce, tins of meat, even candy. Back home, too big to carry, would be bags of grain, cans of oil, to know that once a month, for a year, they would all receive another parcel. That was one of the few times I actually felt good about winning the games. So between the ceremonies and the events and the reporters documenting my every move as I presided and thanked and kissed Peeta for the audience, I had no privacy at all. After a few weeks, things finally died down. The camera crews and reporters packed up and went home. Peeta and I assumed the cool relationship we've had ever since. My family settled into our house in the Victor's Village. The everyday life of District 12 workers, the mines, kids to the school, resumed at its usual pace. gonna put a heart in your honor, but thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. Shh, that's my tummy. If you hear my tummy making noises, apparently I'm hungry. I didn't think I was before I started to stream, but Pup is hungry now. It's always when I read the Hunger Games, like every single time. Ironically, when I read the Hunger Games, I'm fucking hungry every single time. That's not intentional. That was like really not intentional at all. Okay. Thank you so much for the follow, OMG Chloe, OMG Chloe, OMG. Oh my god. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. You also get a heart in your honor. I hope you're both doing well. Day night, wherever you are. Thank you. What was I gonna say? I wasn't gonna say anything. I was gonna say I'm just hungry, but it's time for me to go back to reading it up. Okay. I waited until the coast was clear, really clear, and then one Sunday, without telling anyone, I got up hours before dawn and took off for the woods. The weather was still warm enough that I didn't need a jacket. I packed along a bag filled with special foods, gold, chicken and cheese and bakery bread and oranges. Down in my old house, I put on my hunting boots. As usual, the fence was not charged, and it was simple to slip into the woods and retrieve my bow and arrows. I went to our place, Gail's and mine, where we had shared breakfast in the morning of the reaping that sent me into the games. I waited at least 2 hours. I had begun to think that he'd given up on me in the weeks that had passed, or that he no longer cared about me, hated me even. The idea of losing him forever, my best friend, the only person I'd ever trusted with my secrets, was so painful I couldn't stand it. Not on top of everything else that had happened. I could feel my eyes tearing up and my throat starting to close the way it does when I get upset. Then I looked up, and there he was, 10 feet away, just watching me. Without even thinking, I jumped up and I threw my arms around him, making some weird sound that combined laughing, choking, and crying. He was holding me so tightly that I couldn't see his face, but it was a really long time before he let me go. And then he didn't have much choice because I had gotten this unbelievably loud case of the hiccups and had to get a drink. We did what we always did that dish and gathered. Talked about people in town, but not us. His new life in the mines, my time in the arena, just about other things. By the time we were at the hole in the fence that's nearest the hub, I think I really believed that things could be the same, that we could go on as we always had. I'd given all in the game to Gail, all the game to Gail to trade, so we had so much food now. I told him I'd skip the hub, even though I was looking forward to going there, because my mother and sister didn't even know I'd gone hunting and they'd be worried, wondering where I was. Then suddenly, as I was suggesting I take over the daily snare run, he took my face in his hands and kissed me. I was completely unprepared. You would think that after all the hours I'd spent with Gail, watching him talk and laugh and frown, that I would know all there was to know about his lips. But I hadn't imagined how warm they would feel pressed against my own, or how those hands, which could set the most intricate of snares, could as easily entrap me. I think I made some sort of noise in the back of my throat, and I vaguely remember my fingers, curled tightly closed, resting on his chest. And then he let go and said, I had to do that, at least once. And he was gone. Despite the fact that the sun was setting and my family would be worried, I sat by a tree to decide how I felt about the kiss. If I liked it or resented it. really remembered was the pressure of Gail's lips and the scent of oranges that still lingered on his skin. It was pointless comparing it with the many kisses I'd exchanged with Peta. I still hadn't figured out if any of those counted. Finally, I went home. That week I managed the snares and dropped off the meat with Hazel, but I didn't see Gail until Sunday. I had this whole speech worked out about how I didn't want a boyfriend and never planned on marrying, but I didn't end up using it. Gail acted as if the kiss had never happened. Maybe it was waiting for me to say something, or kiss him back. Instead, I just pretended it never happened, either. But it had. Gail had shattered some invisible barrier between us, and with it, any hope I had of resuming our old, uncomplicated friendship. Whatever I pretended, I could never look at his lips in quite the same way. All of this flashes through my head in an instant as President Snow's eyes bore into me on the heels of his threat to kill Gail. How stupid I've been to think the Capitol would just ignore me once I'd returned home. Maybe I didn't know about the potential uprisings, but I knew they were angry with me. Instead of acting with the extreme caution the situation called for, what have I done? From the president's point of view, I've ignored Peta and flaunted my preference for Gail's company before the whole district, and by doing so, made it clear that I was, in fact, mocking the Capitol. Now I've endangered Gail and his family, and my family, and Peta too, by my carelessness. Please don't hurt Gail, I whisper. He's just my friend. He's been my friend for years, is all that's between us. Besides, everyone thinks we're cousins now. I'm only interested in how it affects your dynamic with Peta, therefore affecting the mood in the districts, he says. It will be the same on the tour. I'll be in love with him just as I was, I say. Just as you are, corrects President Snow. Just as I am, I confirm. Only you'll have to do even better if the uprisings are to be averted, he says. This tour will be your only chance to turn things around. I know. I will. I'll convince everyone in the districts that I wasn't defying the Capitol, that I was crazy with love, I say. President Snow rises and dabs puffy lips with a napkin. Aim higher in case you fall short. What do you mean? How can I aim higher? I ask. Convince me, he says. He drops his napkin and retrieves his book. I don't watch him as he heads for the door, so I flinch when he whispers in my ear. By the way, I know about the kiss. And then the door clicks shut behind him. Chapter 3. Quick pause. Alright, Chapter 3. I gotta go back to Chapter 2. I fucking hate Gail. I fucking hate Gail. I had to do that once. When I read this for the first time, I was like, Gail's a fucking loser. When I read that for the first time, that was the first thought I had in my head. Oh, okay. So she's not your property anymore. Oh, okay. Oh, you had to do that once because she's your fucking property. Because you thought you had claimed her. You're a fucking loser. You're a fucking loser. And that's Gail's entire character. I'm sorry. Agree to disagree. That is Gail's entire character. He's a fucking loser that, like, genuinely believes that, like, he had, like, claim over Katniss for some strange reason. I'm not quite sure why he thought that. I'm not quite sure why he thought that, but he needs to, like, get it together. Like, get it together and leave her alone. It's literally that meme to me. Gail to me is literally that meme where it's like harassment versus like appreciation or something. Like every interaction with Katniss and Gail, I'm like, oh my god, why won't this guy leave her alone? Leave her alone, oh my god. Leave her alone. Jesus Christ. I also just have to say, and well, I'm like debating on like, should I say it now or should I wait for later? I'll say it later because it's more relevant later. But like, in this book specifically, because Gale overarchingly represents something else, but like in this moment, like Gale is very much this like comfort that like Katniss craves, and I don't remember if she talks about it or not in this book, but like at this moment she very much craves the comfort of the space that she knew, the person that she was before the Hunger Games, and Gale is somebody that can give it to her because he literally is that. Like he stayed behind, like he obviously stayed behind. He was not a part of the games in the same way that Peeta was, or Haymitch was, or all these other people that are now involved in her life are. Like Gale is really the only person that connects her to the seam, to her old life, and she wants so desperately to return back to that, despite knowing that it can never be that ever again. Like she's not that person anymore, and it's gonna be depressing. That's all I'm gonna say. We're in for a treat. I say depression. The depression train has left the station. Anyway, Brother Ew. I hate that kiss so much. I know what it represents for Katniss, but like I hate that kiss so much. I had to do it once. If you don't shut the fuck up before I stab you with this arrow, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm just so sorry. Like if I have to get this on my chest. If I was Gale, disgusting thought, but if I was Gale and like the girl I was interested in is like macking lips with this guy on live television in front of all of Pan Am, and like I've had a crush on her since we met or some shit like that. We'll get to it later. We'll get to Gale's feelings later. Well, unfortunately, we'll get to it. But if like I had a deep secret crush that she didn't know about, I would have kept that to myself. Because Gale is fucking selfish. I would have kept it to myself. I don't like using that word. That word is very loaded. But like in this instance, Gale is so fucking selfish and I can't get over it. Like that's another thing I don't like about Gale. Like actually, because I think when I talk about Gale, I bring up like usually all of the basic shit that everybody knows about. I also think Gale is an inherently selfish person, and that's another reason why like Gale and Katniss don't work, because they're both selfish people, and that's just not a good dynamic. Like they're too similar to each other in ways that have already been described in the first book. But like the fact that like Katniss wants to be comforted in this moment, right? Like she wants comfort, she wants her friend, she wants some sense of normalcy, right? Because she has spent the last fucking months, she spent months of her life in this goddamn hellscape, and instead Gale is like, when am I gonna kiss this bitch? I'm tired, I'm really tired. Like he's like, when am I gonna kiss this girl? Like when am I gonna get my lips on her? And it's like, what is your problem? What is your problem? Like if I was Katniss, like it's like the same feeling. I would feel really violated. It's the same feeling that I think a lot of people would feel, and a lot of femme people know this, when it's like someone tries to be your friend with ulterior motives, right? Like how many, and I'm just saying femme individuals because I think on average like femme individuals experience it more, but obviously guys or male presenting mask people can have this happen too. But it's like when someone tries to befriend you Or like a guy will befriend you and like pretend to be your friend and then like try to sleep with you or like ask you out, and it's like you really thought you had a friend, like you thought you had somebody that appreciated you for you, and then it comes out and it's like, oh my god, like you wanted to fuck me this whole time. Like it feels violating, like it feels really shitty, like you don't feel like you were valued as a person. And I think it's a really cool thing. It's a cool thing in like the context of Katniss as a person, that like even this person who she thought was a comfort gets ripped from her in this way. It's cool as in like, we love traumatizing protagonists, we love it character wise, but like to read it, I was sick to my stomach. I was actually sick to my stomach. I was like, Gail needs to leave me alone because I'm getting really tired of Gail. And other people would disagree with that, but I think it was a selfish thing for him to do, to put that on her after she had come back from the games. But it doesn't stop with him. So, chapter 3. I mean, just like, it puts shivers on my spine, but like, whatever. Chapter 3. The smell of blood. It was on his breath. What does he do? I think. Drink it. I imagine him sipping it from a teacup, dipping a cookie into the stuff and pulling it out dripping red. Outside the window, a car comes to life, soft and quiet, like the purr of a cat, and then fades away into the distance. It slips off, as it arrived unnoticed. The room seems to be spinning in slow, lopsided circles, and I wonder if I might black out. I lean forward and clutch the desk with one hand. The other still holds Peeta's beautiful cookie. I think it had a tiger lily on it, but now it's been reduced to crumbs in my fist. I didn't even know I was crushing it, but I guess I had to hold on to something while my world veered out of control. A visit from President Snow, districts on the verge of uprisings, a direct death threat to Gale with others to follow, everyone I love doomed. And who knows who else will pay for my actions, unless I turn things around on this door. Quiet the discontent, and put President's mind at rest. And how? By proving to the country beyond any shadow of a doubt that I love Peeta Malark. I can't do it. I think I'm not that good. Peeta's the good one, the likable one. He can make people believe anything. Thank you so much for the follow, Frostbite. Thank you. Very much appreciate it. I'm gonna put a little heart in your honor. I hope you're having a good day night wherever you are. Thanks much. I'm the one who shuts up and sits back and lets him do as much of the talking as possible. But it isn't Peeta who has to prove his devotion. It's me. I hear my mother's light, quick tread in the hall. She can't know, I think, not about any of this. I reach my hands over the tray and push the button for the 3-minute ad break, which is happening right now. I don't push your button, it's automatic, but it is the top of the hour ad break. So if you're hungry, tired, and or sleepy, please go take care of yourself, please. Take the time to, do whatever you need to do that makes you feel good, that takes care of any of the needs that you have, whether that be, going to the bathroom, going to get a drink of water, going to get some food, just putting on your heated blanket like I like to do. Do whatever you need to do, but make sure it's taking care of yourself, because the 3-minute ad break will come to you whether you want it to or not, unless you aren't back subscribed to your favorite puppkats. Hi, hello, that's me. If you know other puppkats, that's crazy, but that has nothing to do with me, because I'm better than that other puppkats that you know. No, but actually, I reach my hands over the tray and quickly brush the bits of cookie from my palm and fingers. I take a shaky sip of my tea, right, Katniss?" she asks. "It's fine. We never see it on television, but the president always visits the victors before the tour to wish them luck," I say brightly. My mother's face bloods with relief. "Oh, I thought there was some kind of trouble." "Oh, not at all," I say. "The trouble would start when my prep team sees how I've let my eyebrows grow back in." My mother laughs, and I think about how there was no going back after I took over caring for the family when I was 11. How I will always have to protect her. "Why didn't I start your bath?" she asks. "Great," I say, and I can see how pleased she is by my response. Since I've been home, I've been trying hard to mend my relationship with my mother, asking her to do things for me instead of brushing aside any offer of help, as I did for years out of anger, letting her handle all the money I won, returning her hugs instead of tolerating them. My time in the arena made me realize how I need to stop punishing her for something she couldn't help, specifically the crushing depression she fell into after my father's death. Because sometimes things happen to people, and they are not equipped to deal with them. Like me, for instance, right now. Besides, there's one wonderful thing she did when I arrived back in the district, after our families and friends had greeted Beta and me at the station. There were a few questions aloud from reporters. Someone asked me what she thought of my new boyfriend, and she replied that, while Beta was the very model of what a young man should be, I wasn't old enough to have any boyfriend at all. She followed this with a very pointed look at Beta. There was a lot of laughter and comments like "somebody's in trouble" from the press, and Beta dropped my hand and sidestepped away from me. That didn't last long. There was too much pressure to act otherwise, but it gave us an excuse to be a little more reserved than we'd been in the capital. And maybe it can help account for how little I've seen in Beta's company since the cameras left. I go upstairs to the bathroom, where a steaming tub awaits. My mother has added a bag of dried flowers that perfumes the air. None of us are used to the luxury of turning on a tap and having a limitless supply of hot water at our fingertips. We had only cold at our home in the seam, and a bath meant boiling the rest over the fire. I undress and allow myself to lower into the silky water. My mother has poured in some kind of oil as well, and try to get a grip on things. The first question is who to tell, if anyone. Not my mother, or Prim, obviously. They'd only become sick with worry. Not Gale. Even if I could get word to him, what would he do with the information anyway? If he were alone, I might try to persuade him to run away. Certainly he could survive in the woods. But he's not alone, and he'd never leave his family. Or me. When I get home, I have to tell him something about why our Sundays are a thing of the past, but I can't think of that now. Only about my next move. Besides, Gale's already so angry and frustrated with the capital that I sometimes think he's going to arrange his own uprising. The last thing he needs is an incentive. No. I can't tell anyone I'm leaving behind in District 12. There are still 3 people I might confide in, starting with Cinna, my stylist, but my guess is Cinna might already be at risk, and I don't want to pull him into any more trouble by closer association with me. Then there's Beta, who will be my partner in this deception. How was stream? How are you? Thank you so much for rating. I very much appreciate it. was VR chat. What did you do? Hi yo, I was VR chat. Hi hello raiders. My name is Puppkats. I'm an asexual, non-binary sex demon. After nothing but your heart. So put it out for me, won't you? I use they them pronouns. They, them, theirs. And I am again non-binary, so please don't use any femme pronouns for me, because that just won't work. That just won't be right. And right now we are reading Suzanne Collins' book, The Hunger Games. Catching Fire. The second book. I was like, The Hunger Games. No. We're reading Catching Fire because it's so good. And we finished The Hunger Games earlier. By earlier, I mean last week, question mark, or the week before that. And it was such a good read, so we're gonna read the second book and the third book afterwards. Second book and the third book, we're in chapter 3, I think. Chapter 3, yeah. Chapter 3, page 33. Oh, chapter 3, page 33, 333. Angel numbers, wow. If your angel numbers are 333, congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Something is happening. Those are not my angel numbers, so nothing's happening for me, but something is happening for you. I can tell you that much. Something is. Guy, if you are hungry, tired, and are sleepy and need to head out, or if any of your raiders, your viewers, I don't know what you call your community, if they also need to head out, feel free to go do that. Oh my god, I can't even speak. Take care of yourself in whatever way resonates for you. Whichever way feels good for you. Because we really care about physical and mental health here. I may scratching myself if you hear that sound. I'm itchy. If you need to go leave, that's totally fine. You can respectfully fuck off if that's what you need to do. So go and do that, okay? But this jacket keeps falling. This book jacket keeps falling. Okay, but we're gonna get back into it. I don't know if you got it with an ad too, because I think there was an ad like right before you came. But I'm just offering that space in case you need to head out. Okay. Then there's Peta, who will be my partner in this deception. But how do I begin that conversation? Hey, Peta. Remember how I told you I was kind of faking being in love with you? Well, I really need you to forget about that now and act extra in love with me, or the president might kill Gale. I can't do it. Besides, Peter will perform well whether he knows what's at stake or not. That leaves Image. Drunken, cranky, confrontational Image, who I just poured a basin of ice water on. As my mentor in the games, it was his duty to keep me alive. I only hope he's still up for the job. I slide down into the water, letting it block out the sounds around me. I wish the tub would expand so I could go swimming, just like I used to on hot summer days in the woods with my father. Those days were a special treat. We would leave early in the morning and hike farther into the woods than usual to a small lake he found while hunting. I don't even remember learning to swim. I was so young when he taught me. I just remember diving, turning somersaults and paddling around the muddy bottom of the lake beneath my toes. The smell of blossoms and greenery floating on my back as I am now, staring at the blue sky while the chatter of the woods was muted by the water. He'd bag the waterfowl that nested around the shore. I'd hunt for eggs in the grasses, and we'd both dig out for Katniss roots, the plant for which he named me in the shallows. At night, when we got home, my mother would pretend not to recognize me because I was so clean. Then she'd cook up an amazing dinner of roasted duck and baked Katniss stupors with gravy. Took Gale to the lake. I could have, time consuming to get there, but the waterfowl are sightings you can make up for lost hunting time. It's a place I've never really wanted to share with anyone, though. A place that only belongs to my father and me. Since the games, when I've had little to occupy my days, I've gone there a couple of times. The swimming was still nice, but mostly the visits just depressed me. Over the course of the last 5 years, the lakes were remarkably unchanged, and I'm almost unrecognizable. Even underwater, I can hear the sounds of commotion, honking, car horns, shouts of greeting, doors banging shut. It could only mean my entourage has arrived. I just have time to towel off and slip into a robe before my prep team bursts into the bathroom. There's no question of privacy. When it comes to my body, we have no secrets. These 3 people and me. Katniss, your eyebrows. Phineas shrieks right off, and even with the black cloud hanging over me, I have to stifle a laugh. Her aqua hair has been styled so it sticks out in sharp points all over her head, and the gold tattoos that used to be confined above her brows have curled around under her eyes, all contributing to the impression that I have literally shocked her. Octavia comes up and pats Phineas back soothingly, her curvy body looking plumper than usual next to Phineas' thin, angular one. There, you can fix those in no time, but what am I gonna do with these nails? She grabs my hand and pins it flat between her 2 pea green ones. No, her skin isn't exactly pea green now. It's more of a light evergreen. The shift in shade is no doubt an attempt to stay abreast of the Caprikish, oh my god. Capri, oh my god. I can't read that word right now. It's like triggering my stutter. I can't read that word right now. It's gonna trigger my stutter. Fashion trends of the capital. That word's gonna trigger my stutter. There's too many C's. It's gonna trigger me. Really, Katniss? You could have left me something to work with, she wails. It's true. I've bitten my nails to stubs in the past couple of months. I thought about trying to break the habit, but I couldn't really think of a good reason I should. Sorry, I mutter. I hadn't really been spending much time worrying about how I might affect my prep team. Flavius flips a few strands of my wet, tangled hair. He gives his head a disapproving shake, causing his orange corkscrew curls to bounce around. Has anyone touched this since you last saw us? He asked sternly. Remember, we specifically asked you to leave your hair alone. Yes, I say, grateful that I can show that I haven't totally taken them for granted. I mean, no one's cut it. I did remember that. No, I didn't. It's more like the issue never came up. Since I've been home, all I've done is stick it in its whole usual braid down my back. This seems to mollify them. And they all kiss me, set me on my chair in my bedroom, and, as usual, start talking nonstop without bothering to notice if I'm listening. All while Venia reinvents my eyebrows, and Octavia gives me fake nails, and Flavius massages goo into my hair. I hear all about the capital, what a hit the games were, how dull things have been since, how no one can wait until Peeta and I visit again at the end of the victory tour. After that, it won't be long before the capital begins gearing up for the quarter quell. Isn't it thrilling? Don't you feel so lucky? In your very first year of being a victor, you get to be a mentor in a quarter quell. Their words overlap in a blur of excitement. Oh yes, I say neutrally. the school now without wondering what kid I'll have to coach. But to make things even worse, this is the year of the 75th Hunger Games, and that means it's also a quarter quell. They occur every 25 years, marking the anniversary of the district's defeat with the over-the-top celebrations, and for fun, some miserable twists for the tributes. I've never been alive for one, of course. But in school, I remember hearing that for the second quarter quell, the Capitol demanded that twice the number of tributes be provided for the arena. The teachers didn't go into much more detail, which is surprising, because that was the year District 12's very own Hamish Abernathy won the crown. Hamish better be preparing himself for a lot of attention, squeals Octavia. Hamish has never mentioned his personal experience in the arena to me. I would never ask. And if I ever saw his games televised in reruns, I must have been too young to remember it. But the Capitol won't let him to forget it this year. In a way, it's a good thing Peeta and I will both be available as mentors during the quell, because it's a sure bet that Hamish will be wasted. After they've exhausted the topic of the quarter quell, my prep team launches into a whole lot of stuff about their incomprehensibly silly lives. Who said what about someone I've never heard of, and what of shoes they've just bought, and a long story from Octavia about what a mistake it was to have everyone wear feathers to her birthday party. Soon, my eyebrows are stinging, my hair is smooth and silky, and my nails are ready to be painted. Apparently, they've been given instruction to prepare only my hands and face, probably because everything else will be covered in the cold weather. Flavius badly wants to use one of his own trademark purple lipsticks on me, but he resigns himself to a pink as they begin to color my face and nails. I can see by the palette Cinna as a sign that we're going for girlish, not sexy. Good. I'll never convince anyone of anything if I'm trying to be provocative. Hamish made that very clear when he was coaching me for my interview for the games. My mother comes in, somewhat shyly, and says that Cinna has asked her to show the preps how she did my hair the day of the reaping. They respond with enthusiasm, and then watch, thoroughly engrossed, as she breaks down the process of the elaborate braided hairdo. In the mirror, I can see their earnest faces following her every move, their eagerness when it is their turn to try a step. In fact, all three are so readily respectful and nice to my mother that I feel bad about how I go around feeling so superior to them. Who knows who I would be, or what I would talk about if I'd been raised in the capital. Maybe my biggest regret would be having some feathered costumes at my birthday party too. When my hair is done, I find Cinna downstairs in the living room, and just the sight of him makes me feel more hopeful. He looks the same as always, simple clothes, short brown hair, just a hint of gold eyeliner. We embrace, and I can barely keep from spilling out the entire episode with President Snow. But no, I've decided to date Hamish first. He'll know best who to pertinate with. It's so easy to talk to Cinna, though. Lately, we've been speaking a lot on the telephone that came with the house. It's sort of a joke because there's almost no one else who we know owns one. There's Peeta, but obviously I don't call him. Hamish tore his out of the wall years ago. My friend Madge, the mayor's daughter, has a telephone in her house, but if we want to talk, we do it in person. At first, the thing barely ever got used. Then Cinna started to call to work on my talent. Every Victor is supposed to have one. Your talent is the activity you take up since you don't have to work either in school or your district's industry. It can be anything, really. Anything that they can interview you about. Peeta, as it turns out, actually has a talent. which is painting. He's been frosting those cakes and cookies for years in his family's bakery, but now that he's rich, he can afford to smear real paint on canvases. I don't have a talent, unless you count hunting illegally, which they don't, or maybe singing, which I wouldn't do for the capital in a million years. My mother tried to interest me in a variety of suitable alternatives from a list if a trinket center, cooking, flower arranging, playing the flute. None of them took, although Prim had a knack for all three. Finally, Senna stepped in and offered to help me develop my passion for designing clothes, which really required development since it was non-existent. But I said yes, because it meant getting to talk to Senna, and he promised he'd do all the work. Now he's arranging things around my living room, clothing, fabrics, and sketchbooks with designs he's drawn. I pick up one of the sketchbooks and examine a dress I supposedly created. You know, I think I show a lot of promise, I say. Get dressed, you worthless thing, he says, tossing a bundle of clothes at me. I may have no interest in designing clothes, but I do love the ones Senna makes for me, like these. A flowing black pants made of thick warm material, a comfortable white shirt, a sweater woven from green and blue and gray strands of kitten soft wool, lace leather boots that don't pinch my toes. Did I design my outfit? I ask. No. You aspire to design your outfit and be like me, your fashion hero, says Senna. He hands me a small stack of cards. You read these off camera while they're filming the clothes. Try to sound like you care. Just then, Ivy Trinket arrives in a pumpkin orange wig to remind everyone we're on schedule. She kisses me on both cheeks while waving in the camera crew and then orders me into position. Effie's the only reason we got anywhere on time in the capital, so I try to accommodate her. I start bopping around like a puppet, holding up outfits, saying meaningless things like, "Don't you love it?" The sound team records me reading from my cards in a chirpy voice so they can insert it later. Then I'm tossed out of the room so they can film my/Senna's designs in peace. Brim got out early from school for the event. Now she stands in the kitchen, being interviewed by another crew. She looks lovely in a sky blue frock that brings out her eyes, her blonde hair pulled back in a matching ribbon. She's leaning a bit forward on her toes of her shiny white boots, like she's about to take flight. Like, bam. It's like someone actually hits me in the chest. No one has, of course. But the pain is so real, I take a step back. I squeeze my eyes shut, and I don't see Brim. I see Rue, the 12-year-old girl from District 11 who was my ally in the arena. She could fly, bird-like from tree to tree, catching on the slenderest of branches. Rue, who I didn't save. Rue, who I let die. I picture her lying on the ground, with a spear still wedged in her stomach. Who else will I fail to save from the capital's vengeance? Who else will be dead if I don't satisfy President Snow? I realize Senna's trying to put a coat on me, so I raise my arms. I feel fur inside and out encasing me. It's from no animal I've ever seen. Or mine, he tells me as I stroke the white sleeve. Leather gloves, a bright red scarf. Something furry covers my ears. You're bringing earmuffs back in style. I hate earmuffs, I think. They make it hard to hear. And since I was blasted deaf in one ear in the arena, I dislike them even more. After I won, the Capitol repaired my ear, but I still find myself testing it. My mother hurries up with something cupped in her hand. For good luck, she says. It's the pin Madge gave me before I left for the games, a mockingjay flying in a circle of gold. I tried to give it a root, but she wouldn't take it. She said the pin was the reason she decided to trust me. Then it fixes it on the knot in the scarf. Evie trinkets nearby, clapping her hands. Attention, everyone! We're about to do the first outdoor shot, where the victors greet each other at the beginning of their marvelous trip. Alright, Katniss, big smile. You're very excited, right? I don't exaggerate when I say she shoves me out the door. For a moment, I can't quite see right because of the snow, which is now coming down in earnest. And then I make out Peeta coming out his front door. In my head, I hear President Snow's directive. Convince me. And I know I must. My face breaks out into a huge smile, and I start walking in Peeta's direction. Then, as if I can't stand it another second, I start running. He catches me and spins me around, and then he slips. He still isn't entirely in command of his artificial leg, and we fall into the snow, me on top of him. And that's where we have our first kiss in months. It's full of fur and snowflakes and lipstick. But underneath all of that, I can feel the steadiness that Peeta brings to everything. And I know I'm not alone. As badly as I have hurt him, he won't expose me in front of the cameras. He won't condemn me with a half-hearted kiss. He's still looking out for me, just as he did in the arena. Somehow the thought makes me want to cry. Instead, I pull him to his feet, tuck my glove through the crook of his arm, and merrily pull him on our way. The rest of the day is a blur of getting to the station, bidding everyone goodbye, the train pulling out, the old team, Peeta and me, Effie and Amish, Cinna and Portia, Peeta's stylist, dining on an indescribably delicious meal I don't remember. And then I'm swathed in pajamas and a voluminous robe, sitting in my plush compartment, waiting for the others to go to sleep. I know Hamish will be up for hours. He doesn't like to sleep when it's dark out. When the train seems quiet, I put on my slippers and pad down to his door. I have to knock several times before he answers, scowling, as if he's certain I've brought bad news. What do you want? He asks, nearly knocking me out of the cloud of wine fumes. I have to talk to you, I whisper. Now, he says. I nod. This better be good. He waits, but I feel certain every word we utter on a capital train is being recorded. Well, he barks. The train starts to break, and for a second, I think President Snow is watching me and doesn't approve of my confiding in Amish and has started to go ahead and kill me now. But we're just stopping for fuel. The train's so stuffy, I say. It's a harmless phrase, but I see Amish's eyes narrow in understanding. I know what you need. He pushes past me and lurches down the hall to a door. When he wrestles it open, a blast of snow hits us. He trips out onto the ground. A Capitol attendant rushes to help, but Amish waves her good-naturedly away as he staggers off. Just want some fresh air. Only be a minute. Sorry, he's drunk, I say apologetically. I'll get him. I hop down and stumble along the track behind him, soaking my slippers with snow as he leads me beyond the end of the train, so we will not be overheard. Then he turns on me. What? I tell him everything. About the president's visit, about Gail, about how we're all gonna die if I fail. His face sobers, grows older in the glow of the red tail lights. Then you can't fail. If you could just help me get through this trip, I begin. No, Katniss, it's not just this trip, he says. What do you mean? I say. Even if you pull it off, they'll be back in another few months to take us all to the games. You and Peeta, you'll be mentors now every year from here on out. And every year they'll revisit the romance and broadcast details of your private life, and you'll never, ever be able to do anything but live happily ever after with that boy. The full impact of what he's saying hits me. I will never have a life with Gail, even if I want to. I will never be allowed to live alone. I will have to be forever in love with Peeta. The Capitol will insist on it. I'll have a few years, maybe, because I'm only 16, to stay with my mother and Brim, and then, do you understand what I mean? He presses me. I nod. He means there will only be one future. If I want to keep those I love alive and stay alive myself, I'll have to marry Peeta. Chapter 4. What am I supposed to say about that chapter? I don't know what I'm supposed to say about that chapter. That chapter, commentary is that Katniss, like I said before, Katniss has never had a chance to decide anything for herself. That's why it makes it so muggy for Katniss to figure out her own feelings about Peeta, because even in this instance where she does feel things for Peeta, she doesn't want to feel them because she's being told to feel them. Katniss wants to be able to, Katniss is stubborn, she wants to be able to experience what she wants to experience without anybody's influence, and she doesn't love this for herself. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. We'll get to that later. I got more things to say later. I don't have enough to say about this right now. Like, what am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say about this? There's nothing to say about this moment in time. Something I can't say. And nothing to say about this moment in time. So chapter... Okay, whatever. Chapter 4. Got distracted by something. We slog back to the train in silence. In the hallway. My god. I'm hungrier than I thought. I'm starting to get delirious. In the hallway outside my door, Image gives my shoulder a pat and says, "You could do a lot worse, you know." He heads off to his compartment, taking the smell of wine with him. In my room, I remove my sodden slippers, my wet robe, and pajamas. Oh my god, for a second I thought I was muted. I was like, have I been reading this whole time and I'm fucking muted? There we go. There are more in the drawers, but I just crawl between the covers of my bed and my underclothes. I stare into the darkness, thinking about my conversation with Image. Everything he said was true about the Capitol's expectations, my future with Peeta, even his last comment. Of course, worse. I could do a lot worse than PETA. That really isn't the point, though, is it? One of the few freedoms we have in District 12 is the right to marry who we want or not marry at all. And now even that has been taken away from me. That's why I'm like, I gotta stop talking whenever I have a thought, because I'm like, well, I feel like Suzanne, like, is really good. I really feel like the Hunger Games books are made for me, specifically me, puppkats in particular, because like whenever I'm thinking about something, I'm like, yeah, that really sucks, and I have like an analyzation of it in like a chapter. She's gonna mention it anyway, so it's like, I did like what? I gotta stop talking. I gotta stop talking because she's gonna say it anyway. I'm like, it's one of the few freedoms Katniss is allowed to have, and it's being stripped from her. Everything is being stripped from her. It's not that it's PETA, it's that her freedom is being taken away. So, back to it. I wonder if President Snow will insist we have children. If they do, they'll have to face the reaping each year. And wouldn't it be something to see the child of not one, but two victors chosen for the arena? Victor's children have been in the ring before. It always causes a lot of excitement and generates talk about how the odds are not in that family's favor, but happens too frequently to just be about odds. Gail's convinced the Capitol does it on purpose, rakes the drawings to add extra drama. Given all the trouble I've caused, I've probably guaranteed any child of mine a spot in the games. I think of Amidge, unmarried, no family, blotting out the world with drink. He could have had his choice of any woman in the district, but he chose solitude. Not solitude. That sounds too peaceful. Or like solitary confinement. Was it because, having been in the arena, he knew it was better than risking the alternative? I had a taste of that alternative when they called Prim's name on Reaping Day, and I watched her walk to the stage to her death. But as her sister, I could take her place, an option forbidden to our mother. My mind searches frantically for a way out. I can't let President Snow condemn me to this, even if it means taking my own life. Before that, though, I try to run away. What would they do if I simply vanished, disappeared into the woods, and never came out? Could I even manage to take everyone I love with me, start a new life deep in the wild? Highly unlikely, but not impossible. We're gonna get back to this because, remember when I said that, like, Katniss and Gale are both very selfish people, and that, they really don't think about other people like that. Like, that's why they don't work as people. Keep that in the back of your mind when you're reading the next couple chapters when we're reading, okay? Keep that in the back of your mind, because, like, it's not Katniss' fault. It's technically not Gale's fault either, but I just dislike Gale. But, like, Katniss is a very selfish person, and we're gonna get back to that. we're gonna get back to that one. We're gonna circle back on that one. Just hit that one again. Just think about her talking this through, and just keep that in the back of your mind. I shake my head to clear it. It is not the time to be making wild escape plans. I must focus on the victory tour. Too many people's fates depend on my giving a good show. Dawn comes before sleep does, and then there's Effie rapping at my door. I pull on whatever clothes are at the top of the drawer and drag myself down to the dining car. I don't see what difference it makes when I get up, since this is a travel day. But then, it turns out that yesterday's makeover was just to get me to the train station. Today, I'll get the works from my prep team. Why? It's too cold for anything to show. Not in District 11, says Effie. District 11, our first stop. I'd rather start in any other district, but since this was Rue's home. But that's not how the victory tour works. It usually kicks off in 12, and and then goes in descending district order to 1, followed by the capital. The victor's district is skipped and saved for the very last, since 12 puts on the least fabulous celebration, usually just a dinner for the tributes, and a victory rally in the square, where nobody looks like they're having any fun. It's probably best to get us out of the way as soon as possible. This year, for the first time since Image 1, the final stop on the door will be 12, and the capital will spring for the festivities. I try to enjoy the food, like Hazel said. The kitchen staff clearly wants to please me. They prepared my favorite, lamb stew with dried plums, among other delicacies, orange juice, and a pot of steaming hot chocolate. Wait at my place at the table. Oh my god, my nose is so itchy. Okay. Wow. So I eat a lot, and the meal is beyond reproach, but I can't say I'm enjoying it. I'm also annoyed that no one but Effie and I has shown up. Where's everybody else? I ask. Oh, who knows where Hamish is, says Effie. I didn't really expect Hamish, because he's probably just getting to bed. Cinna was up late working on organizing your garment car. He must have over 100 outfits for you. Your evening clothes are quite exquisite, and Peeta's team is probably still asleep. Doesn't he need prepping? I ask. Not the way you do, Effie replies. What does this mean? I get to spend the morning having the hair ripped off my body while Peeta sleeps in. I hadn't thought about it much, but in the arena at least, some of the boys got to keep their body hair, whereas none of the girls did. I can remember Peeta's now, as I bathed him by the stream, very blonde in the sunlight. Once the mud and blood had been washed away, only his face remained, completely smooth. None of the boys grew a beard, and many were old enough to. I wonder what they did to them. If I feel ragged, my prep team seems worse condition, knocking back coffee and sharing brightly colored little pills. As far as I can tell, they never get up before noon unless there is some sort of national emergency like my leg hair. I was so happy when it grew back into, as if it were a sign that things might be returning to normal. I run my fingers along the soft, curly down on my legs and give myself over to the team. None of them are up to their usual chatter, so I can hear every strand being yanked from its follicle. I have to soak in a tub of thick, unpleasant smelling liquid, while my face and hair are plastered with creams. 2 more baths follow in the other, less offensive concoctions. Oh my gosh, that is a sentence. Concoctions. I'm plucked and scoured and massaged and anointed until I'm raw. Fluffy stilts up my chin and sighs. It's a shame Cinna said no alterations on you. Yes, we could make you something special, says Octavia. When she's older, says Venia, almost grimly, and he'll have to let us. Do what? Blow up my lips like President's nose, tattoo my breasts, dye my skin magenta and implant gems in it, cut decorative patterns in my face, give me a curved talons or cat whiskers. I saw all of these things and more on the people in the capital. Do they really have no idea how freakish they look to the rest of us? The thought of being left to my prep team's fashion whims only adds to the miseries competing for my attention. My abused body, my lack of sleep, my mandatory marriage, and the terror of being unable to satisfy President Snow's demands. By the time I reached lunch, where Effie, Cinna, Portia, Hamish, and Peeta have started without me, I'm too weighed down to talk. They're raving about the food and how well they sleep on trains. Everyone's all full of excitement about the tour. Well, everyone but Hamish. He's nursing a hangover and picking at a muffin. I'm not really hungry either. Maybe because I loaded up on too much rich stuff this morning, or maybe because I'm so unhappy. I play around with a bowl of broth, eating only a spoon or 2. designated future husband, although I know none of this is his fault. People notice, try to bring me into the conversation, but I just brush them off. At some point, the train stops. Our server reports it will not just be for a fuel start. Stop. Some part has malfunctioned and must be replaced. It will require at least an hour. This sends Effie into a state. She pulls out her schedule and begins to work out how the delay will impact every event for the rest of our lives. Finally, I just can't stand to listen to her anymore. No one cares, Effie. I snap. Everyone at the table stares at me, even Hamish, who you'd think would be on my side in this matter since Effie drives him nuts. I'm immediately put on the defensive. Well, no one does, I say, and get up and leave the dining car. The train suddenly seems stifling, and I'm definitely queasy now. I find the exit door, force it open, triggering some sort of alarm which I ignore, and jump to the ground, expecting to land in snow. But the air's warm and balmy against my skin. The trees still wear green leaves. How far south have we come in a day? I walk along the track, squinting at the bright sunlight, already regretting my words to Effie. She's hardly to blame for my current predicament. I should go back and apologize. My outburst was the height of bad manners, and manners matter deeply to her. But my feet continue along the track, past the end of the train, leaving it behind. An hour's delay. I can walk at least 20 minutes in one direction and make it back with plenty of time to spare. Instead, after a couple hundred yards, I sink to the ground and sit there, looking into the distance. If I had a bow and arrows, would I just keep going? Add shift time real quick. After a while, I hear footsteps behind me. It'll be Hamish coming to chew me out. It's not like I don't deserve it, but I don't want to hear it. I'm not in the mood for a lecture. I warn the clump of weeds by my shoes. I'll try to keep it brief. Peeta takes a seat behind me. I thought you were Hamish, I say. No, he's still working on that muffin. I watch as Peeta positions his artificial leg. Bad day, huh? It's nothing. He takes a deep breath. Look, Katniss, I've been wanting to talk to you about the way I acted on the train. I mean, the last train. The one that brought us home. I knew you had something with Gale. I was jealous of him before I even officially met you, and it wasn't fair to hold you to anything that happened in the games. I'm sorry. His apology takes me by surprise. It's true that Peeta froze me out after I confessed that my love for him during the games was something of an act, but I don't hold that against him. In the arena, I played that romance angle for all it was worth. There had been times where I didn't honestly know how I felt about him. I still don't really. I'm sorry too, I say. I'm not sure for what exactly. Maybe because there's a real chance I'm about to destroy him. There's nothing for you to be sorry about. You were keeping us alive. But I don't want us to go on like this, ignoring each other in real life and falling into the snow every time there's a camera around. So I thought if I stopped being so, wounded, we could take a shot at just being friends. He says, all my friends are probably going to end up dead, but refusing Peeta wouldn't keep him safe. Okay, I say. His offer doesn't make me feel better, less duplicitous somehow. It would be nice if he'd come with me. He'd come to me with this earlier, before I knew the President Snow had other plans. I can't tell him. I pick at a clump of weeds. Let's start with something more basic. Isn't it strange that I know you'd risk your life to save mine? But I don't know what your favorite color is, he says. A smile creeps onto my lips. Green. What's yours? Orange, he says. Orange. Like Effie's hair, I say. A bit more muted, he says. More like sunset. Sunset. I can see it immediately. The rim of the descending sun, the sky streaked with soft shades of orange. Beautiful. I remember the tiger lily cookie and how that Peta is talking to me again. It's all I can do to not recount the whole story about President Snow. But I know Hamish wouldn't want me to. I'd better stick to small talk. You know, everyone's always raving about your paintings. I feel bad I haven't seen them, I say. Well, I've got a whole train car full. He rises and offers me his hand. Come on. It's good to feel his fingers intertwined with mine again. Not for show, but in actual friendship. We walk back to the train hand in hand. At the door, I remember. I've got to apologize to Effie first. Don't be afraid to lay it on thick, Peta tells me. So when we go back to the dining car where the others are still at lunch, I give Effie an apology that I think is overkill, but in her mind, probably just manages to compensate for my breach of etiquette. To her credit, Effie accepts graciously. She says it's clear that I'm under a lot of pressure, and her comments about the necessity of someone attending to the schedule only lasts about 5 minutes. Really, I've gotten off easily. When Effie finishes, Peta leads me down a few cars to see his paintings. I don't know what I expected. Larger versions of the flower cookies, maybe. But this is something entirely different. Peta has painted the games. Some you wouldn't get right away if you hadn't been with him in the arena yourself. Water dripping through cracks in our cave, the dry pond bed, a pair of hands, his own, digging for roots. Others, any viewer would recognize. The golden horn called the cornucopia. Clove, arranging the knives beside her jacket. One of the mutts, unmistakably the blonde, green-eyed one meant to be Glimmer, snarling as he makes his way toward us. And me. I am everywhere. High up in the tree, beating a shirt against stones in the stream, lying unconscious in a pool of blood, and one I can't place. Perhaps this is how I looked when his fever was high, emerging from a silver-gray mist that matches my eyes exactly. What do you think? He asks. I hate them, I say. I can almost smell the blood, the dirt, the unnatural breath of the mud. All I do is go around trying to forget the arena, and you brought it back to life. How do you remember these things so exactly? I see them every night, he says. I know what he means. Nightmares, which I was no stranger to before the games, now plague me whenever I sleep. But the old standby, the one of my father being blown to bits in the mines, is rare. Instead, I relive versions of what happened in the arena. My worthless attempt to save Rue, Peta bleeding to death, Glimmer's bloated body disintegrating in my hands, Kato's horrific end with the mutations. These are the most frequent visitors. Me too. Does it help to paint them out? I don't know. I think I'm a little less afraid of going to sleep at night. Or I tell myself I am, he says. But they haven't gone anywhere. Maybe they won't. Images haven't. Image doesn't say. doesn't say so. But I'm sure this is why he doesn't like to sleep in the dark. No. But for me, it's easier to wake up with a paintbrush than a knife in my hand, he says. So you really hate them? Yeah. But they're extraordinary. Really, I say. And they are. But I don't want to look at them anymore. Want to see my talent? Cinna did a great job on it. Peta laughs. Later, the train lurches forward, and I can see the land moving past us through the window. Come on. We're almost at District 11. Let's go, take a look at it. We go down to the last car in the train. There are chairs and couches to sit on, but what's wonderful is that the back windows retract to the ceiling, so you're riding outside in the fresh air, and you can see a sweep of the landscape. Huge, open fields with herds of dairy cattle grazing in them, so unlike our heavily wooded home. We slow slightly, and I think we might be coming in for another stop, when a fence rises up before us. Wow. Towering at least 35 feet in the air and topped with wicked coils of barbed wire. And it makes ours back in District 12 look childish. My eyes quickly inspect the base, which is lined with enormous metal plates. There would be no burrowing under those, no escaping. Done. Then I see the watchtowers, placed evenly apart, manned with armed guards so out of place among the fields of wildflowers around them. That's something different, says Peta. Rue did give the impression that the districts in 11 were more harshly enforced, but I never imagined something like this. Now the crops begin stretched out as far as the eye can see, men, women, and children wearing straw hats to keep off the sun, straighten up and turn our way, take a moment to stretch their backs as they watch our train go by. I can see the orchards in the distance, and I wonder if that's where Rue would have worked, collecting the fruit from the slimmest branches of the tops of trees. Small communities of shacks. By comparison, the houses in the seam are upscale, spring up here and there, but they are all deserted. Every hand must be needed for the harvest. On and on it goes. I can't believe the size of District 11. How many people do you think live here? Asked Peta. I shake my head. In school, they refer to it as a larger district, that's all. No actual figures on population. But those kids we see on camera waiting for each reaping each year, they can't be but a sampling of those who actually live here. What do? Preliminary drawings. Pick the winners ahead of time and make sure they're in the crowd. How exactly did Rue end up on that stage with nothing but the wind offering to take our place? Also, we're taking our 3-minute ad break. Top of the hour ad break. So if you're hungry, tired, or sleepy and need to out, please go do that. Please take care of yourself. Why am I getting shot with a gun, guy? Honestly, I want to take a break too. To go use the bathroom. I take a break too to use the bathroom because I filled up on so much water, and this next part is a lot. So I will hit everybody with a 3 minutes of advertisements, but I'll hit everybody with a BRB while I go pee, and then I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I am, in fact, back. Whoa. And we're gonna get back into them walking into District 11. Yeah, I am hungry. I stood up and I was like, oh, I really want to go eat, but I'm gonna finish what I gotta do. I don't know when I'm gonna pause the book, because like this book is actually so good, but we'll figure it out. Where did I stop? Over here. Okay. I begin to weary of the vastness, the endlessness of this place. When Effie comes to us to tell us to dress, I don't object. I go to my compartment and let the prep team do my hair and makeup. Senna comes in with a pretty orange frock patterned with autumn leaves. I think how much Peta will like the color. Effie gets Peta and me together and goes through the day's program one last time. In some districts, the victors ride through the city while the residents cheer. But in 11, maybe because there's not much of a city to begin with, things being so spread out, or maybe because they don't want to waste so many people while the harvest is on, the public appearance is confined to the square. It takes place before their justice building, a huge marble structure. Once it must have been a thing of beauty, but time has taken its toll. Even on television, you can see the ivy overtaking the crumbling facade. I know that word, facade. The sag of the roof. Sag. Wow, I am tilted today. I'll sort it out. I'm locking the fuck in. The square itself is ringed with rundown storefronts, most of which are abandoned. Wherever the well-to-do live in District 11, it's not here. Our entire public performance will be staged outside on what Effie refers to as the veranda, the tiled expanse between the front doors and the stairs that's shaded by a roof supported by columns. Peta and I will be introduced. The mayor of 11 will read a speech in our honor and will respond with a scripted thank you provided by the Capitol. If a victor had any special allies among the dead tributes, it is considered good form to add a few personal comments as well. I should say something about Rue and Thresh too. Really. But every time I tried to write it at home, I ended up with a blank paper staring me in the face. It's hard for me to talk about them without getting emotional. Fortunately, Peta has a little something worked up, and with some slight alterations, it can count for both of us. At the end of the ceremony, we'll be presented with some sort of plaque, and then we can withdraw to the Justice Building, where a special dinner will be served. As the train is pulling into District 11 station, Senna puts his finishing touches on my outfit, switching my orange hairband for one of metallic gold and securing the mockingjay pin I wore in the arena to my dress. There's no welcoming committee on the platform, just a quad of 8 peacekeepers who direct us into the back of an armored truck. Effie sniffs, the door clanks, close behind us. Really? You think we were all criminals? She says. Not all of us, Effie. Just me. The truck lets us out at the back of the Justice Building. We're right inside. I can smell an excellent meal being prepared, but it doesn't block out the odors of mildew and rot. They've left us no time to look around. As we make a beeline for the front entrance, I can hear the anthem beginning outside in the square. Someone clips a microphone on me. Peta takes my left hand. The mayor is introducing us as massive doors open with a groan. Big smiles, Effie says, and gives us a nudge. Our feet start moving forward. This is it. This is where I have to convince everybody how The solemn ceremony is pretty tightly mapped out, so I'm not sure how to do it. It's not a time for kissing, but maybe I can work one in. There's a loud applause, but none of the other responses we got in the Capitol, the cheers and whoops and whistles. We walk across a shaded veranda until the roof runs out and we're standing at the top of a big flight of marble stairs in the glaring sun. Just as my eyes adjust, I see buildings in the square that have been hung with banners that help cover up their neglected state. It's packed with people, but again, just a fraction of the number who live there. As usual, a special platform has been constructed at the bottom of the stage for families of the dead tributes. On Thresh's side, there's only an old woman with a hunched back and a tall, muscular girl, I'm guessing is his sister. On Rue's, I'm not prepared for Rue's family. Her parents, whose faces are still fresh with sorrow. Her 5 younger siblings, who resemble her so closely. The slight builds, the luminous brown eyes. They form a flock of small dark birds. The applause dies out, and the mayor gives a speech in our honor. 2 little girls come up with tremendous bouquets of flowers. Peter does his part of the scripted reply, and then I find my lips moving to conclude it. Fortunately, my mother and Brim have drilled me so I can do it in my sleep. Pete had his personal comments written on a card, but he doesn't pull it out. Instead, he speaks in his simple, winning style about Thresh and Rue making it to the final 8, about how they both kept me alive, thereby keeping him alive, and about how this debt is a debt we can never repay. And then he hesitates before adding something that wasn't written on the card, maybe because he thought that Effie might make him remove it. It can in no way replace your losses, but as a token of our thanks, we'd like to give each your tributes families from District 11 to each receive 1 month of our winnings every year for the duration of our lives. The crowd can't help but respond with gasps and murmurs. There is no precedent for what Peta has done. I don't even know if it's legal. He probably doesn't know either, so he didn't ask in case it isn't. As for the families, they just stare at us in shock. Their lives were changed forever when Thresh and Rue were lost, but this gift will change them again. A month of tribute winnings can easily provide for a family for a year. As long as we live, they will not hunger. I look at Peta, and he gives me a sad smile. I hear him in his voice. You could do a lot worse. At this moment, it's impossible to imagine how I could do any better. The gift, it is perfect. So when I rise on my tiptoe to kiss him, it doesn't seem forced at all. The mayor steps forward and presents us each with a plaque that's so large I have to put down my bouquet to hold it. The ceremony's about to end when I notice one of Rue's sisters staring at me. She must be about 9 and is almost an exact replica of Rue, down to the way she stands with her arms slightly extended. Despite the good news about the winning, she is not happy. In fact, her look is reproachful. Is it because I didn't save Rue? No. It's because I still haven't thanked her. I think. A wave of shame rushes through me. The girl is right. How can I stand here, passive and mute, leaving all the words to Peta? If she had won, Rue would have never let my death go unsung. I remember how I took care in the arena to cover her in flowers, to make sure her loss did not go unnoticed. But that gesture will mean nothing if I don't support it now. Wait. I stumble forward, pressing the plaque to my chest. I have to pause because, like, the next part, I won't be able to, like, comment on this, so I have to say it now. But I also appreciate, Suzanne's, which, I mean, like, this happens throughout the novels, but, like, Suzanne's commentary on performative allyship and performative action as well. Like, Katniss is like, okay, well, I mean, like, isn't it enough? Like, her first thought, right? Isn't it enough that they're fed? But it doesn't matter that they're fed. It's the fact that she is not following through with actually acknowledging her death, like, in a sense, by her not saying it, by her not acknowledging Rue. She's a performative ally, and I very much appreciate that Suzanne Collins mentions that, like, yes, no performative allyship, like, follow through. Like, the fact that Katniss knows that her actions, her previous actions mean nothing if her actions in the present don't stand with her actions in the past, is so important, and it's such a good, important message to be teaching the youth. It's like your actions now have just as much weight as your actions do in the past. Like, follow through with them. I appreciate that. Just wanted to touch on that real quick. It's good. This book is so good. Wow. I read this book in years. Wow, so good. My allotted time for speaking has come and gone, but I must say something. I owe too much, and even if I had pledged all my winnings to the families, it would not excuse my silence today. I think that's also, like, super relevant. I mean, like, war is always relevant, but I think that's also extremely relevant in reference to, like, Palestine in today, where, like, people genuinely are like, isn't it enough that I donate? Isn't it enough that, like, I retweet it? Isn't it enough when we're specifically talking about, like, celebrities too? It's like, isn't it enough that, like, the celebrity said there shouldn't be war on either sides? It's like, actually, no, that's not enough. Like, your silence means something. Like, when you don't speak up about something, that is inherently, that says something about you and your character. And I appreciate that note as well. Suzanne Collins, you will always be relevant. Wow. Anyway, I've already spoken about Palestine. My views are free Palestine, Israel. I can't even touch on that one. Free Palestine, donate where you can, support where you can, spread the word, talk to your local officials, as always. Anyway. Wait, please. I don't know where to start. But once I do, the words rush from my lips as if they've been forming in the back of my mind for a long time. I want to give my thanks to the tributes of District 11, I say. I look at the pair of women on Thrush's side. I only ever spoke to Thrush one time, just long enough for him to spare my life. I didn't know him, but I always respected him for his power, for his refusal to play the games on anyone's terms but his own. The careers wanted him to team up with them from the beginning, but he wouldn't do it. I respected him for that. For the first time, the old hunched woman, is she Thrush's grandmother, raised her head, and the trace of a smile plays on her lips. The crowd has fallen silent now, so silent that I wonder how they manage it. They must all be holding their breath. I turn to Rue's family, but I feel as if I did know Rue, and she'll always be with me. Everything beautiful brings her to mind. I see her in the yellow flowers that grow in the meadow by my house. I see her in the mocking jays that sing in the trees, but most of all, I see her in my sister, Prim. My voice is undependable, but I am almost finished. Thank you for your children. I raise my chin to address the crowd. And thank you all for the bread. I stand there, feeling broken whistle's ruse bore no mockingjay tune, the one that signaled the end of the workday in the orchids. That word gets me every single time. The one that meant safety in the arena. By the end of the tune, I have found the whistler, a wizened old man in a faded red shirt and overalls. His eyes meet mine. What happens next is not an accident. It is too well executed to be spontaneous, because it happens in complete unison. Every person in the crowd presses the 3 middle fingers of their left hand against their lips and extends them to me. It's our sign from District 12. The last goodbye I give Rue in the arena. If I hadn't spoken to President Snow, this gesture might have moved me to tears. But with his recent orders to calm the districts fresh in my ears, it fills me with dread. What will he think of this very public salute to the girl who defied the Capitol? The full impact of what I've done hits me. It was not intentional. I only meant to express my thanks, but I have elicited something dangerous. An act of dissent from the people of District 11. This is exactly the kind of thing I'm supposed to be diffusing. I try to think of something to say to undermine what has just happened and negate it, but I can hear the slight burst of static indicating my microphone has been cut off and the mayor has taken over. Peter and I acknowledge a final round of applause. He leads me back towards the doors, unaware that anything has gone wrong. I feel funny, and have to stop for a moment. Little bits of sunshine dance before my eyes. Are you alright? Peter asks. Just dizzy. The sun was so bright. I say. I see his bouquet. I forgot my flowers. I mumble. I'll get him, he says. I can, I answer. We would be safe inside the Justice Building by now if I hadn't stopped. If I hadn't left my flowers. Instead, from the deep shade of the veranda, we see the whole thing. A pair of peacekeepers dragging the old man who whistled to the top of the steps, forcing him to his knees before the crowd, and putting a bullet through his head. Chapter 5. The man has only just crumbled to the ground when a wall of white peacekeeper uniforms block our view. Several of the soldiers have automatic weapons held lengthwise as they push us back towards the door. We're going, says Peta, shoving the peacekeepers pressing on me. We get it, alright, come on, Katniss. His arm encircles me and guides me back to the Justice Building. The peacekeepers follow a pace or two behind us. I beat Jerry. The moment we're inside, the door slams shut, and we hear the peacekeepers' boots moving back towards the crowd. Hey Mitch, Effie, Portia, and Cinna wait under a static-filled screen that's mounted on the wall, their faces tight with anxiety. What's happened? Effie hurries over. We lost the feed after Katniss's beautiful speech, and then Haymitch said he thought he heard gunfire, and I said that was ridiculous, but who knows? There are lunatics everywhere. Nothing happened, Effie. Just an old truck backfired, says Peta evenly. 2 more shots. The door doesn't muffle their sound much. Who was that? Thresh's grandmother, one of Rue's little sisters. Both of you, with me, says Haymitch. Petey. Peta and I follow him, leaving the others behind. The peacekeepers, who are stationed around the Justice Building, take little interest in our movements now that we are safely inside. We ascend a magnificent carved marble staircase. At the top is a doors stand open, welcoming us into the first room we encounter. The ceiling must be 20 feet high. Designs of fruit and flowers are carved into the molding, and small fat children with wings look down at us from every angle. Vases of blossoms give off a cloying scent that make my eyes itch. Our evening clothes hang on the racks against the wall. This room has been prepared for our use, but we're barely there long enough to drop off our gifts. Thank you so much for the follow. I was dying. Oh my god. I had to cough. And like tears were coming out of my eyes. I think President Snow just tried to kill me. I had like tears in my eyes. I think President Snow just tried to kill me. I had like a slight cough that turned into a fit. Thank you so much for the follow. Shikuru. DW. Thank you. Very much appreciated. You got a little heart in your honor, and I already passed it. Damn, it's crazy. I already passed it. Okay, I'm no longer dying from my hacking fit. I can survive now. I can survive now. I hope you're having a good day now, wherever you were. I hope it's good. Alright. Actually dying there for a second. Wow. Oh my god, now there's something in my eyeball. Alright, page 64. Well. Oh my god, I'm dying again. I tried to get back into it, but like my eye. I'm like crying. Oh my god. Your body just shuts down on you. I'm getting at that age. 103, I'm getting old. Alright. Then Image yanks the microphones from our chests, stuffs them beneath the couch cushion, and waves us on. As far as I know, Image has only been here once, when he was on his victory tour decades ago. But he must have remarkable memory or reliable instincts, because he leads us up through a maze of twisting staircases and increasingly narrow halls. At times, he has to stop and force a door. By the protesting squeak of the hinges, you can tell it's been a long time since it was opened. Eventually, we climb a ladder into a trapdoor. When Image pushes it aside, we find ourselves in a dome of the Justice Building. It's a huge place filled with broken furniture, and piles of books, and ledgers, and rusty weapons. The coat of dusting blanketing everything is so thick, it's clear it hasn't been disturbed for years. Light struggles to filter in through the 4 grimy square windows set in the sides of the dome. Image kicks the trap door shut, and turns on us. Oh my god. I'm like crying. Oh. What happened? Peter relates that all that occurred in the square, the whistle, the salute, our hesitation on the veranda, the murder of the old man. What's going on, Image? It will be better coming from you, Image says. I don't agree. I think it would be 100 times worse coming from me, but I tell Peter everything as calmly as I can about President Snow, the unrest in the districts. I don't even admit the kiss with Gale. I lay out how we are all in jeopardy, how the whole country is in jeopardy because of my trick with the berries. I was supposed to fix things on the store, make everyone who doubted believe I acted out of love, calm things seriously, all I've done today is get 3 people killed, and now everyone in the square will be punished. I feel so sick. I have to sit down on the couch, despite the exposed springs and stuffing. Then I've made things worse too by giving them money, says Peta. Suddenly he strikes out at a lamp that sits precariously on a grate and knocks it across the room, where it shatters against the floor. This has to stop right now. This game you two play where you tell each other secrets but keep them from me like I'm too inconsequential or stupid or weak to handle them. It's not like that, Peta, I begin. It's exactly like that. He yells at me. I have people I care about too, Katniss. Family and friends back in District 12 who will be just as dead as yours if we don't pull this thing off. So after everything we went through in the arena, don't I even rate the truth from you? And that's why I said, remember when I said that Katniss is a little bit selfish and that Gale and Katniss are like 2 peas in a pod? Yeah, because it's like Katniss didn't think for like a minute that like Gale had a life, and not Gale, that Peta had like a life. She didn't think about that. She was like, oh my god, what about my family? I mean, like, to be fair, she was thinking about Peta. She was like, I don't want Peta to get hurt, but like, Katniss, Peta has a family. Peta has a family. Like, she didn't for 1 second. She was like, she didn't think about it for 1 second. Like, oh, maybe he has a family. Like, maybe he has friends. No, that didn't occur to her. Not for 1 second. Not for 1 second. Hate to see that. Hate to see that. Hate to see that. Like, if I was Peta, I'd be so fucking mad. I'd be so fucking mad. I would be so tilted at these 2 fucking goofy goobers. I would be so upset. I would be so mad. I would be like, these fucking people, they keep fucking plotting behind my back. Like, they're just letting me out of the loop. Other people aside from me. Like, Katniss is so... Katniss is so... She's literally just so like... It's actually not even funny because like I would be so fucking mad. Like, that's why I like Peta, because I'm like, if it were me, man, like I like people who are not like me. Like, me and Katniss are a little bit too close together. If it were me, I would have been like, I fucking hate the both of you. I hate the both of you right now. I really fucking hate the both of you. Because like, what the fuck is their problem? Like, I know Katniss earlier, she's like, I can't tell Peta hates me, but it's like, girl, do you prefer that I hate you, or do you prefer that we're both dead? Like, which one do you want? Like, which one do you want? But okay, we'll touch on that a little bit later. You're always so reliably good, Peta, says Image. So smart about how you present yourself before the cameras. I didn't want to disrupt that. Well, you overestimated me because I really screwed up today. What do you think's gonna happen to Root and Brush's families? Do you think they'll get their share of our winnings? Do you think I gave them a bright future? Because I think they'll be lucky if they survive the day. Peta says something else to Flying. The statue. I've never seen him like this. He's right, Image, I say. We were wrong not to tell him, even back at the Capitol. Even in the arena, you two had some sort of system worked out, didn't you? Asked Peta. His voice is quieter now. Something I wasn't a part of. No, not officially. I could just tell what Image wanted me to do by what he sent or didn't send. I say. Well, I never had that opportunity, because he never sent me anything until you showed up, says Peta. I haven't thought much about this. About how it must have looked from Peta's perspective when I appeared in the arena, having received burn, medicine, and bread when he, who was at death's door, had gotten nothing. Like Image was keeping me alive at his expense. Look, boy, Image begins. Don't bother, Image. I know you had to choose one of us, and I wanted it to be her, but this is something different. People are dead out there. More will follow unless we're good. We all know that I'm better at this than Katniss in front of the cameras. No one needs to coach me on what to say, but I have to know what I'm walking into, says Peeta. From now on, you'll be fully informed, Haymitch promises. I better be, says Peeta. He doesn't even bother to look at me before he leaves. The dust he disrupts billows up and looks for new places to land. My hair, my eyes, my shiny gold pin. Did you choose me, Haymitch? I ask. Yeah, he says. Why? You like him better, I say. That's true. But remember, until they change the rules, I could only hope to get one of you out of there alive, he says. I thought since he was determined to protect you, well, between the three of us, we might be able to bring you home. Oh. Is all I can think to say. You'll see. The choices you have to make if we survive this, says Haymitch. You'll learn. Hi, Joshua. Hi-oh. Hi. Well, I've learned one thing today. This place is not a larger version of District 12. Our fence is unguarded and rarely charged. Our peacekeepers are unwelcome but less brutal. Our hardships evoke more fatigue than fury here. In 11, they suffer more acutely and feel more desperation. President Snow is right. A spark could be enough to set them ablaze. Everything is happening too fast for me to process it. The warnings, the shootings, the recognition that I may have set something of great consequence into motion. Hello, winter wolves, aye. The whole thing is so improbable. And it would be one thing if I had plans to stir things up, but given the circumstances, how on earth did I cause so much trouble? I just have to say again, like, Katniss not telling Peeta is so fucking sick and twisted, especially after they reconciled, like, outside. They reconciled in the grass, and Peeta was like, okay, I'm gonna, like, forgive you. It's, like, not funny, but it's a little funny to me. Like, Peeta was like, I'm gonna forgive you. You know, I know you were doing everything you can to save my life, so even though it was kind of sick that you knew I was in love with you and you used that, I'm gonna forgive you and we're gonna be friends. I'm gonna forgive you and we're gonna be friends. And Katniss was like, yes, bet. And then this happens. Could you imagine if you were Peeta? I'd be like, I must have picked the worst woman to fall in love with in my entire life. I would be so mad. I would be so upset. I'd be like, oh my god, could I have not loved anyone else? Could I have not loved literally anyone else? My god. The worst woman to fall in love with. Literally the worst woman to fall in love with. But it's really not funny. Poor Peeta. I would be so upset at the both of them. Especially, like, again, like, I can't stop thinking about Peeta because I'm like, could you imagine just hearing that, like, point blank period, that, like, yeah, my mentor had decided that I was just gonna die in there. They had no faith in me whatsoever. They had zero faith in me whatsoever. Yep. They were just going to let me die. Like, I think I could, like, I think I could kill him. I think I would probably want to kill Haymitch, even though it's not Haymitch's fault either. Because it's all a sick, twisted game. And no one should have to die. But it's also like, you thought I was gonna die out there. You were gonna let me die out there. You didn't send me a single piece of bread while I was dying. He was dying in the mud, bro. He was dying in that fucking mud. He was dying in that fucking mud, bro. And I would bait Haymitch. But that's why it's like, I am not Peeta Mellark. I am Katniss Everdeen, which is so sad. I've never been so sad to say a sentence in when they had kissed during the press release at the very start of this book. Like, and Katniss was saying that, like, in this moment she can feel that even though he's upset with her, like, he still cares about her, and he has this like compassion for her, that he's not gonna leave her alone. And that to me is like such an amazing quality that I will never have, because like I am so petty. Like, if you hurt my feelings, if we're not friends anymore, if we stop dating, I actually hope that you I hope bad things. Let me not even say what I hope, but I hope really bad things. Like, I have no compassion for people that have hurt me. I have zero compassion in my, like, it doesn't even exist. That doesn't even pass my mind to even think that. And yet, Peter Malark, there are worse people. Okay, enough glazing. It's time to read page 68. I stand in the shower as long as they let me before I have to come out to be readied. The prep team seems oblivious to the events of the day. They're all excited about the dinner. In the districts, they're important enough to attend, whereas back in the capital, they almost never score invitations to prestigious parties. While they try to predict what dishes will be served, I keep seeing the old man's head being blown off. I don't even pay attention to what anyone is doing to me until I'm about to leave, and I see myself in the mirror. A pale pink strapless dress brushes my toes. My hair is pinned back from my face and falling down my back in a shower of ringlets. Senna comes up behind me and arranges a shimmering silver wrap around my shoulders. He catches my eye in the mirror. Like it? It's beautiful, as always, I say with a smile. I say, locking in. Let's see how it looks with a smile, he says gently. It's his reminder that in a minute, it will be cameras again. I manage to raise the corner of my lips. There we go. When we all assemble to go down to dinner, I can see Effie is out of sorts. Surely Hamish hasn't told her about what happened in the square. I wouldn't be surprised if Cinna and Portia know, but there seems to be an unspoken agreement to leave Effie out of the bad news loop. It doesn't take long to hear about the problem, though. Effie runs through the evening schedule and then tosses it aside. And then, thank goodness, we can get on the train and get out of here, says she. She says, is something wrong, Effie? Asks Senna. I don't like the way we've been treated, being stuffed into trucks and barreled from the platform. And then, about an hour ago, I decided to look around the Justice Building. I'm something of an expert in architectural design, you know, she says. Oh, yes, I've heard that, says Portia before the pause gets too long. So, I was just having a peek around because the district ruins are going to be all the rage this year when two peacemakers showed up and ordered me back to our quarters. One of them actually poked me with her gun, says Effie. I can't help thinking this is the direct result of Hamish, Peta, and me disappearing earlier in the day. It's a little reassuring, actually, to think that Hamish might have been right, that no one would have been monitoring the dusty dome where we talked, although I bet they are now. Effie looks so distressed that I spontaneously give her a hug. That's awful, Effie. Maybe we shouldn't go to dinner after all, at least until after they've apologized. I know she'll never agree to this, but she brightens considerably at the suggestion, at the validation of her complaint. No, I'll manage. It's part of my job to weather the ups and downs. But we can't let you two miss your dinner, she says. But thank you for the offer, Katniss. She arranges us in formation for our entrance. First the prep teams, then her, the stylists, Hamish, Peta, and I. Of course, bring up the rear. Somewhere below, musicians begin to play. As the first wave of our little procession begins deep down the steps, Peta and I join hands, It says, I was wrong to yell at you. You were only operating under his instructions, says Peter. And it isn't as if I haven't kept things from you in the past. I remember the shock of hearing Peter confess his love for me in front of all of Panem. Hamish had known about that and not told me. I think I broke a few things myself after that interview. Just an urn, he says, and your hands. There's no point to it anymore, though, is there? Not being straight with each other. I say, no point. Says Peter. We stand at the top of the stairs, giving Hamish a 15-step lead as Effie directed. Was that really the only time you could scale? I'm so startled I answer, yes. With all that has happened today, has that question really, actually been preying on him? That's 15. Let's do it, he says. A light hits us, and I put out on the most dazzling smile I can. Wow, I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to bed. We descend the steps and are sucked into what becomes an indistinguishable round of dinners, ceremonies, and train rides. Each day is the same. Wake up, get dressed, ride through the cheering crowds. I think like my hunger is making me delirious. Like I think I'm like getting like a little delirious. Like I think my hunger is like making me actually delirious. Because like I can't read. I literally cannot read anymore. Like I don't know what it is. I'm tripping over like every other word, and it's like I can't. I keep thinking about food. I'm just thinking about food this entire time. Like I'm also thinking about Peter Millark, but I'm also thinking about food. Like I'm a little hungry. I'm like, oh man, like a quesadilla would be really good right now with some chicken. I don't have chicken, but I wish I did. A quesadilla would be good on that. I'm thinking about food. I'm thinking about food. Please go eat. I'm gonna finish up. I'm gonna do this one and like one more chapter. I'm gonna finish this chapter and then read chapter 6, and then we'll end on chapter 7. Just because like I think I know what's in chapter 7, and I like the way that chapter 7 is gonna end, so I'm gonna pause on chapter 7. Because I know what's coming, and I think I like the way chapter 7 ends. Oh wait. Oh, maybe I don't like the way chapter 7 ends. I had to think about that. Or chapter 6 ends. It's fine. We can end on that either way. I thought it was something else, but it's not the thing I thought. I think that's in chapter like 9 or something. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll eat right after this. Listen to a speech in our honor. Give a thank you speech in return. But only the one the Capitol gave us. Never any personal additions now. Sometimes a brief tour, a glimpse of the sea in one district, towering forests in another, ugly factories, fields of wheat, stinking refineries, dress in evening clothes, attend dinner, train. During ceremonies, we are solemn and respectful, but always linked together by our hands, our arms. At dinner, we are borderline delirious in our love for each other. We kiss, we dance, we get caught trying to sneak away to be alone. On the train, we are quietly miserable as we try to assess what effect we might be having. Even without our personal speeches to trigger a dissent, needless to say, the ones we gave in 11 were edited out before the event was broadcast. You can feel something in the air, the rolling boil of a pot about to run over. Not everywhere. Some crowds have the weary cattle feel that I know District 12 usually projects the victor ceremonies, but in others, particularly 8, 4, and 3, there is genuine elation in their faces of the people sight of us. And then under the elation, fury. When they chant my name, it is more of a cry for vengeance than a cheer. When the peacekeepers move in to quiet an unruly crowd, it presses back instead of retreating, and I know there is nothing I could ever do to change this. No show of love, however believable, will turn this tide. If my holding out those berries was an act of temporary insanity, then these people will embrace insanity too. Senna begins to take in my clothes around the waist. The prep team frets over the circles under my eyes. Effie starts giving me pills to sleep, but they don't work. Not well enough. I drift off, only to be roused by nightmares that have increased in number and intensity. Peta, who spends much of the night roaming the train, hears me screaming as I struggle to break out of the haze of drugs that merely prolong the horrible dreams. He manages to wake me and calm me down, and then he climbs into bed with me to hold me until I fall back to sleep. After that, I refuse the pills, but every night I let him into my bed. We manage the darkness as we did in the arena, wrapped in each other's arms, guarding against the dangers that can descend at any moment. Nothing else happens, but our arrangement quickly becomes the subject of gossip on the train. When Effie brings it up to me, I think, good. Maybe it will get back to President Snow. I tell her we'll make an effort to be more discreet, but we don't. The back-to-back appearances in 2 and 1 are their own special kind of awful. Kato and Clove, the tributes from District 2, might have both made it home if Peta and I hadn't. I personally killed the girl, Glimmer, and the boy from District 1. As I tried to avoid looking at his family, I learned that his name was Marvel. How did I never know that? I suppose that was before the games. I didn't pay attention, and afterward, I didn't want to know. By the time we reach the capital, we are desperate. We make endless appearances to adoring crowds. There is no danger of an uprising here among the privileged, among those whose names are never placed in the reaping balls, whose children never die for the supposed crimes committed generations ago. We don't need to convince anybody in the capital of our love, but hold the slim hope that we can still reach some of those we failed to convince in the district. Whatever we do seems too little, too late. Back in our old quarters in the training center, I'm the one who suggests the public marriage proposal. Peta agrees to do it, but then disappears to his room for a long time. Amich tells me to leave him alone. I thought he wanted it anyway, I say. Not like this, Amich says. He wanted it to be real. I go back to my room and lie under the covers, trying not to think of Gale and thinking of nothing else. Womp womp, oh brother, give me a break. Womp womp. My poor Peta. I feel like fucking Lois Griffin because I'm screaming for Peta. Because, like, what do you mean? I thought he wanted this. Not like this, you dumbass. Not like this. Not like this. Like, Katniss. Once again, we revert back to what I had said like 5 chapters ago, where Katniss is a very selfish person. Katniss is a very selfish person. Like, she genuinely does not think of other people sometimes, and especially Peta, because she's like, well, Peta's in love with me, so like, what's the problem? Maybe, Katniss, and here's just a thought, maybe he wanted you to actually like him, like in a real way, like not in like a fake way, bound by murder, maybe in like a way where you reciprocate. Not like in a torture way, you know. Perhaps. She's like, oh my god, Peta doesn't want me to marry him. That's crazy work. She's a bitch. I mean, she's not. She's really not. Katniss is flawed. I don't know if I'd say she's a bitch. She's 16 and she's flawed. Like, at the end of the day, like, she's literally like a whole child, so it's like, eh. Like, also, she's like under the stress of like murder, so it's like, is she a bitch, or is she weighed down by the possibility of her entire family being murdered and she is not thinking rationally? Might be that second one. Can't be me. Everyone will find the love that they deserve, okay? Everyone out there in the world will find the love that they deserve, because anyone can be in a relationship. Your matching counterpart is out there. Your partner, your future partner, whatever, is out there. Because, I mean, like, I've seen some people get into relationships. I've seen some people bag some people that certainly did not match. That's all I'll say. My friends who are certified bad bitches, especially my best friend, she has dated some men in the past that I've been like, wow, like, that's who you're gonna date. Okay. So, you know, anybody can get anybody that they want, honestly and truly. Anything you want, get what you want. It's out there, it's waiting for you. Your love is out there and waiting for you. Can I tell you when? I have no idea, but it's out there and waiting for you. For sure. It's typical monster stuff. You need to like go back to bed. When you have a nightmare, it's because you're having racing thoughts. You need to calm your thoughts and then go back to bed. Calm your thoughts. You need to do something peaceful and then go back to bed. Alright. That night, on the stage before the training center, we bubble our way through a list of questions. Caesar Flickerman, in his twinkling midnight blue suit, his hair, eyelids, and lips still dyed powder blue, flawlessly guides us through the interview. When he asks about the future, Peter gets down on one knee, pours his heart out, and begs me to marry him. I, of course, accept. Caesar is beside himself. The Capitol audience is hysterical. Shouts of the crowd around Pan Am show a country besotted with happiness. President Snow himself makes a surprise visit to congratulate us. He clasps Peter's hand and gives him an approving slap on the shoulder. He embraces me, enfolding me in the smell of blood and roses. He plants a puffy kiss on my cheek. When he pulls back, his fingers are digging into my arms, his smiling face into mine. I dare to raise my eyebrows. They ask what my lips can't. Did I do it? Was it enough? It was giving everything over to you, keeping up the game, promising to marry Peter enough. In answer, he gives an almost imperceptible shake of his head. Chapter 6. In that one slight motion, I see the end of hope. The beginning of destruction of everything I hold dear in this world. I can't guess what form my punishment will take, how wide the net will be cast, but when it is finished, there will most likely be nothing left. So you would think that at this moment, I would be in utter despair. Here's what's strange. The main thing I feel is a sense of relief that I can give up this game, that the question of whether I can succeed in this venture has been answered, even if that answer is a resounding no. That if desperate times call for desperate measures, then I am free to act as desperately as I wish. Only not here. quite yet. It's essential to get back to District 12 because the main part of any plan will include my mother and sister and Gale and his family and PETA, if I can get him to come with. I add Image to the list. These are the people I must take with me when I escape into the wild. How will I convince them? Where will we go in the dead of winter? What will it take to evade capture or unanswered questions? But at least now I know what I must do. And also, we're taking our top of the hour, a 3-minute ad break, so if you're hungry, tired, and are sleepy, feel free to head out. Take care of yourself in whichever way resonates for you. This will be the last ad break we have because I'm done after reading chapter 6, so get it in while you can. Take care. Oh my god, take care of yourself. Unless you are in fact subscribed, but feel free to take care of yourself anyway, even if the ads don't hate you. So instead of crumpling to the ground and weeping, I find myself standing up straighter with more confidence than I have in weeks. My smile, while somewhat insane. Thank you so much for the follow, IdealChan67. Thank you, I very much appreciate it. Puppka Sleepy, I'm not even tired, I'm just hungry, to be completely honest with you. Like, I'm just hungry. Like, after I'm done eating, like, I'm gonna be up for like the next 4 hours. Like, I'm completely fine. I'm just dying of hunger. I'm gonna put on a heart. I put it on in your honor, IdealChan. I hope you're doing well, day night, wherever you are. I'm literally just hungry. I'm probably gonna I would probably read up to like chapter 15, like if I wasn't hungry, but chapter 6 it is for right now, because like I can probably go for like another 2 hours after this, but it's like I'm dying. I think I'm dying of hunger. When my stomach starts growling, that's how I know I'm like actually hungry, because my stomach doesn't growl like that. Speaking of hunger, and when President Snow silences the audience and says, "What do you think about us throwing them a wedding night here, right in the Capitol?" I pull off a girl almost catatonic with joy without a hitch. Caesar Flickerman asks if the president has a date in mind. "Oh, before we set the date, we better clear with Katniss's mother," says the president. The audience gives a big laugh and the president puts his arm around me. "Maybe if the whole country puts his mind to it, we can get you married before you're 30. You'll probably have to pass a new law," I say with a giggle. "If that's what it takes," says the president with conspiratorial good humor. Oh, the fun we two have together. The party, held in the banquet room of President Snow's mansion, has no equal. The 40-foot ceiling has been transformed into the night sky, and the stars look exactly as they do at home. I suppose they look the same from the Capitol, but who would know? There is almost too much light from the city to see the star. Oh my god, there was a bug on me, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. I almost shut this stream down. I thought there was a bug on me on top of my arm right now. Wow. It scared the absolute shit out of me. Okay. About halfway between the floor and the ceiling, musicians float on what would look like fluffy white clouds, but I can't see what holds them aloft. Aloft. I haven't heard that word in a while. Traditional dining tables have been replaced by innumerable stuffed sofas and chairs, some surrounding fireplaces, others beside fragrant flower gardens or ponds filled with exotic fish, so that people can eat and drink and do whatever they please in utmost comfort. There's a large tiled area in the center of the room that serves as everything from a dance floor to a stage for the performers who come and go, to another spot to mingle with the flamboyantly dressed guests. Now this bong got my peaceful ASMR interrupted by screams of terror. I mean, isn't that really what the Hunger Games is anyway? It's not exactly the perfect book to read. Not exactly, ideal reading material for ASMR, and yet here we are. But the real star of the evening is the food. Tables laden with delicacies line the walls, everything you can think of, and things you have never dreamed of lie in wait. Whole roasted cows and pigs and goats still turning on spits, huge platters of fowl stuffed with savory fruits and nuts, ocean creatures drizzled in sauces or begging to be dipped in spicy concoctions, countless cheeses, breads, vegetables, sweets, waterfalls of wine, and streams of spirits that flicker with the flames. I'm sorry. I'm like drooling. I'm hungry. Like drooling. I'm fucking hungry. I'm like, this description sounds delicious. I'm like, I would like some cheese and bread, and that cow sounds probably good. I have like drool in my mouth. My appetite has returned with my desire to fight back. After weeks of feeling too worried to eat, I'm famished. I want to taste everything in the room, I tell Peta. I can see him trying to read my expression, to figure out my transformation. Since he doesn't know the president's know thinks I have failed, he can only assume that I think we have succeeded. Perhaps even that I have some genuine happiness in our engagement. His eyes reflect puzzlement, but only briefly, because we're on camera. Then you better pace yourself, he says. Okay, no more than one bite of each dish. I say. My resolve is almost immediately broken at the first table, which has 20 or so soups, when I encounter a creamy pumpkin brew sprinkled with silver nuts and tiny black seeds. I could just eat this all night, I exclaim, but I don't. I weaken again in a clear green broth that I can only describe as tasting like springtime, and again when I try a frothy pink soup dotted with raspberries. Faces appear, names are exchanged, pictures are taken, kisses brushed on cheeks. Apparently, my Mockingjay pin has spawned a new fashion sensation because several people come up to show me their accessories. My bird has been replicated on belt buckles, embroidered into silk labels, even tattooed in intimate places. Everyone wants to wear the winner's token. I can only imagine how nuts that makes President Snow, but what can he do? The games were such a hit year, where the berries were only a symbol of a desperate girl trying to save her lover. I find this little part to be so interesting because, like, the Hunger Games talks often about, like, consumerism, obviously with the capital, and yet when you see the marketing for the movies, right, it's absolutely ghoulish. Like, it's ghoulish in its nature, because then they're trying to have you buy, like, it reminds me actually quite blatantly of the Subway Hunger Games commercial where it's like Subway is promoting the Hunger Games. Like, what are we doing? Like, that's not the franchise that should, like, it's the one franchise that I feel like is really interesting because you can't sell merchandise off of this, and boy did they try. Like, they really tried. Like, I don't know if anybody remembers when the Hunger Games was in its, like, heyday, and, like, going to, like, Walmart or Target and seeing stands of the Hunger Games with, like, the Mockingjay pin and, like, box sets of toys you can buy to cosplay as Katniss, and, like, the iconic braid being sold in, like, girls' toys. And then I think of moments in the book like this where it's like people in the Capitol are, like, making a mockery of this item that she was given, the only her only salvation in the arena, like the only thing that she has that connects her to her people, and it's being commodified yet again. And then I think about seeing that same pin at Walmart, and it's like something here is not clicking, something here is not clicking. make no effort to find company, but we are constantly sought out. We are what no one wants to miss at the party. I act delighted, but I have zero interest in these capital people. They're only distractions from the food. Every table presents new temptations, and even on my restricted one per dish regimen, I begin filling up quickly. I pick up a small roasted bird, bite into it, and my tongue floods with orange sauce. Delicious. But I make Pete eat the remainder because I want to keep tasting things, and the idea of throwing away food, as I see so many people doing so casually, is abhorrent to me. After about 10 minutes, I'm stuffed, and we'd only sampled a small number of the dishes available. Now Sally is being used by conspiracy theories and MAGA lunatics for inspiration. The Mockingjay symbol. Life imitates art. Yes. I mean, like, Suzanne Collins wrote this about the Iraq War, so I have no idea what inspiration she would have taken from that time and the commodifications that were used during that period of time. That's so weird. That is so weird. That is so strange. But it's like, I would love to sit in a room with Suzanne Collins and ask her. She would never say it in an interview, which is why I want to sit her down in like a room with no cameras, because like, I'm sure this woman is not allowed to speak about her actual feelings about her own books and the ways that her own books have been used in media. But I'm so fucking curious about it, because like, what does she have to say about that? Like, actually, like, what would she say about the way that her characters have been like kind of bastardized? Like, what would she say about it? Like, what would she say about it? Like, what would she say about her? I constantly thought about it when I would watch commercials for like when the Hunger Games movies were actually being created. When I would see commercials where it's like buy the latest Katniss Everdeen toy at your local Target, at your local Walmart, $14.99, and it's like, I wonder what she thought when she saw that. I wonder how she felt when she saw that, when like her books are direct like call outs towards that sort of culture, towards the commodification of war, towards the commodification of pain and suffering, and constantly throughout these novels, like, she talks about the effect that it has on people, and yet her own critique of that has been commodified. Like, I wonder what she thinks of that. I wonder how she lives with that, like how she like reconciles that in her head, not like lives with it and like it's her fault, but like lives with it. Like, how does she go to bed and not want to like bite her nails off, you know? Like, that's what I mean, because it would drive me insane. I think, like, if I wrote a whole fucking 3-novel series about how war sucks and how like all these different aspects of war and like the exploitation of children sucks, and then like she like watches her own book series like have all of those things get reproduced, I don't know, I think it would drive me insane. It would drive me insane, actually. It would drive me absolutely insane. So I'm just curious, but like, she would never, I think, like, contractually, I don't think she would ever be allowed to speak about it in like an interview. For her publishers or like whatever, probably have her on a really tight contract, I would assume. Anyway, page 79. Just then, my prep team descends on us. They're nearly incoherent between the alcohol they've consumed and their audacity of being such a grand affair. Okay, you're gonna have to. I'm having a thought, and I was having a thought, but let me. Why aren't you eating? Asks Octavia. I've been, but I can't hold another bite. I say. They all laugh as if the silliest thing they've ever heard. No one lets that stop them, says Flavius. They lead us over to a table that holds stemmed wine glasses filled with clear liquid. Drink this. Peta picks one up to sip and they lose it. Not here, shrieks Octavia. You have to do it in there, says Venia, pointing to the doors that lead towards the toilet, or you'll get it all over the floor. Peta looks down at the glass and puts it together. You mean this will make me puke? My prep team laughs hysterically. Of course, so you can keep eating, says Octavia. I've been in there twice already. Everyone does it. Or how else would you know how to have any fun at a feast? I'm speechless, staring at the pretty tiny glasses and all that they imply. Peta sets his back on the table with such precision you'd think it might detonate. Come on, Katniss, let's dance. The music filters down from the clouds. It leads me away from the team, the table, and out onto the floor. We know only a few dances at home, the kind that go with the fiddle and the flute music that require a good deal of space. But Effie has shown us some that are popular in the capital. Mac, why did you type that? The music's slow and dreamlike, so Peta pulls me into his arms, and we move in a circle with practically no steps at all. You could do this dance on a pie plate. We're quiet for a while. Then Peta speaks in a strained voice. You go along, thinking you can deal with it, thinking maybe they're not so bad, and then he cuts himself off. All I can think of is the emaciated bodies of the children on our kitchen table as my mother prescribes what the parents can't give. More food. Now that we're rich, she'll send some home with them. But often in the old days, there was nothing to give, and the child was past saving anyway. And here in the capital, they're vomiting for the pleasure of filling their bellies again and again. Not from some illness of body or mind, not from spoiled food. It's what everyone does at a party. Expected. Part of the fun. One day, when I dropped by to give Hazel the game, Vic was homesick with a bad cough. Being part of Gail's family, the kid has to eat better than 90% of the rest of District 12. But he still spent about 12 minutes talking about how they'd opened a can of corn syrup on Parcel Day, and each had a spoonful on bread, and we're going to maybe have some more later in the week. How Hazel had said he could have had a bit in his cup of tea to soothe his cough, but he wouldn't feel right unless the others had some too. If it's like that at Gail's, what's it like in other houses? Peta, they bring us here to fight to the death for their entertainment, I say. Really, this is nothing by comparison. I know that. It's just, sometimes I can't stand it anymore. To the point where I'm not sure what I'll do. He pauses, and then whispers. Maybe we were wrong, Katniss. About what? I ask. About trying to subdue things in the district, he says. My head turns swiftly from side to side, but no one seems to have heard. The camera crew got sidetracked at a table of shellfish, and the couples dancing around us are either too drunk or too self-involved to notice. Go to sleep, Mag, it's totally fine. I'm almost done with this chapter. I'm really not, but you know. After I'm done with the chapter, then the stream is done for the night, because I have to go eat something. I'm thinking I'm gonna make a quesadilla. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking chicken. Cheese. And that's pretty much it. Rice, maybe. I wish I had beans. I haven't had black beans in a while. So I'm thinking delicious quesadilla sounds pretty good right now. I fell asleep a good while ago. I'm just waking up. Well, you can go back to bed. You know. also do that. Quesadilla sounds delicious. Shout out Goya. I know I don't really like beans. That's not my thing. I don't like beans. It's sacrilege to say as a person of color, but like I don't like beans. Can't make me like beans. I like baked beans and I like black beans. I only ever eat black beans on special occasions, and if they're mixed in my food, that's it. Baked beans. I actually do like baked beans, and I will have a delicious beans on toast. Well, you're saying that because, I actually really like beans on toast. I think beans on toast is delicious. It was scrumptious. I think they kind of ate with that one. Beans on toast, delicious. Absolutely smacking. Gobsmacked when I had that. I fancy that right now. I might have to tell. I fancy that. I fancy that right now. It's pretty good. I think that's the only British dish that they kind of eat with beans. Yeah, they kind of eat that. Like beans on toast. It's delicious. Okay. Sorry, he says. He should be. This is no place to be voicing such thoughts. Save it for home, I tell him. Just then, Portia appears with a large man who looks vaguely familiar. He introduces him as Plutarch Heavensby, the new game head maker. I flip those words around. You would think I am dyslexic. I'm not. The new head game maker. I'm sorry, you're not a beans on toast appreciator. It's good. You have to get good quality bread. You can't be eating white bread. It's gotta be good quality bread. You gotta get a thick slab of butter on it and some good baked beans. Yeah, I fear it's good. But it's really just dipping toast into your beans. It's like dipping toast into your beans. Like when you go to a barbecue, right? And they serve you beans, baked beans. And Texas toast or something. It's just like eating that. You're just eating it on top. It's the same shit. It's all the same shit. It's all bread. Everybody has the same recipe. It's just mix around. I love Texas toast with some sourdough bread. It's good. If you have some good quality bread and you need a good, you can't have too much butter and you can't have not enough butter. You need just the right amount of butter and a thin layer of the beans, good quality beans. It's good. Now, am I making beans and toast at home? No. But if someone made me beans and toast, I would eat it. If someone made it, I would eat it. Maybe if I'm really craving it, I would make it at home. But it's nah. When I'm across the pond, then yeah, maybe. Maybe I would. Maybe I would have some beans on toast. Let me see. The new head game maker. Plutarch asks Peta if he can steal me for a dance. Peta's recovered his camera face and good-naturedly passes me over, warning the man not to get too attached. I don't want to dance with Plutarch Heavensby. I don't want to feel his hands, one rested in mine, one on my hip. I'm not used to being touched, except by Peta or my family, and I rank the game maker somewhere below maggots in terms of creatures I want in contact with my skin. But he seems to sense this and holds me at almost an arm's length as we turn on the floor. We chit-chat about the party, about entertainment, about the food, and then he makes a joke about avoiding the punch since training. I don't get it. And I realize he's the man who tripped backwards into the punch bowl when I shot an arrow at the game makers in the training session. Well, not really. I was shooting an arrow, an apple, out of their roast pig's mouth, but I made them jump. Oh, you're the one who... him splashing back into the punch bowl. Yes, and you'll be pleased to know I've never recovered, says Plutarch. I want to point out that 22 dead tributes will never recover from the games he helped create either. But I only say, good. So you're the head game maker this year. That must be a big honor. Between you and me, there aren't many takers for the job, he says. Too much responsibility as to how the games turn out. Yeah, the last guy's dead. I think. He must know about Seneca Crane, but he doesn't look the least bit concerned. Are you planning the quarter quell games already? I say. Oh yes. Well, they've been in the works for years, of course. Arenas aren't built in a day. But the, shall we say, flavor of the games are being determined now, believe it or not. I've got a strategy meeting tonight, he says. Plutarch steps back and pulls out a gold watch and a chain from a vest pocket. He flips open the lid, sees the time, and frowns. I have to be going soon. He turns the watch so I can see his face. It starts at midnight. That seems late for I say. But then, something distracts me. Plutarch has run his thumb across the crystal face of the watch. And for just a moment, an image appears, glowing, as if lit by candlelight. It's another mockingjay. Exactly like the pin on my dress. Only this one disappears. He snaps the watch closed. That's very pretty, I say. Oh, it's more than pretty. It's one of a kind. He says, if anyone asks about me, say I've gone home to bed. The meeting's supposed to be kept secret. But I thought it'd be safe to tell you. Yes, your secret's safe with me. I say, as we shake hands. He gives a small bow, a common gesture here in the capital. Well, I'll see you next summer at the games, Katniss. Best wishes on your engagement, and good luck with your mother. I'll need it, I say. Suzanne Collins, when I get my hands on you, your foreshadowing is a little bit crazy. Suzanne Collins, when I get my hands on you. How do you know, Suzanne? How do you know you're gonna be writing these things? She's like, I got it. This is a surprise conversation we're gonna use later. Surprise tool for later. Plutarch disappears, and I wander through the crowd looking for Peta as strangers congratulate me on my engagement, on my victory at the games, on my choice of lipstick. I respond, but really, I'm thinking about Plutarch showing off his pretty, one-of-a-kind watch to me. There was something strange about it, almost clandestine. But why? Maybe he thinks someone else will steal his idea of putting a disappearing mockingjay on a face watch. Yes, he probably paid a fortune for it, and now he can't show it to anyone because he's afraid someone will make a cheap knockoff version, only in the capital. I find Peta admiring the table of elaborately decorated cakes. Bakers have come in from the kitchen especially to talk frosting with him. Suzanne, like this entire book, like rereading this book and knowing what happens is like, I'm like, oh my god, she's good. She's really good. I love that meme from Camp Rock. She's really good, but like actually she's really good. I'm like, damn, this is not good. Like every conversation is foreshadowing. Like that's how good this fucking book is. Like every single conversation is like setting up something. There is not a single conversation. Slight spoilers, but not really, because I haven't told you what any of this means if you don't know anything about the Hunger Games, but like every single conversation the characters have had so far is foreshadowing. Like there is not, like she wastes no space. Like that's such good writing. Like I said this about the first book, but like she hits the ground running and like there is no wasted space. Like sometimes in books you're like, why the fuck did they have that chapter? And it didn't matter, but like every single chapter in this book matters. Every conversation matters. Every time someone pauses, it matters. Like there's not a single point. There's like no fat on this book. Like zero fat. Not a single bit of fat. That's good writing. Like, I'm thinking about stuff that's gonna happen later, and I'm like, oh boy, oh boy. How do you write a book with no fat? Like, insanity. You can see them tripping over one another to answer his questions. At his request, they assemble an assortment of little cakes for him to take back to District 12, where he can examine their work in quiet. Effie said we have to be on the train at 1. I wonder what time it is, he says, glancing around. Almost midnight, I reply. I pluck a chocolate flower from a cake with my fingers and nibble on it, so beyond worrying about manners. Time to say thank you and farewell, trills Effie at my elbow. It's one of those moments when I just love her compulsive punctuality. We collect Cinna and Portia, and she escorts us around to say goodbye to important people, and then herds us to the door. Shouldn't we thank President Snow? Asks Peta. It's his house. Oh, he's not a big one for parties. Too busy, says Effie. I've already arranged for the necessary notes and gifts to be sent to him tomorrow. There you are. Effie gives a little wave to 2 Capitol attendants who have an inebriated image propped up between them. We travel through the streets of the Capitol in a car with darkened windows. Behind us, another car brings the prep teams. The throngs of people celebrating are so thick. It's slow going. But Effie has all this down to a science, and exactly at 1 o'clock, we are back on the train and it's pulling out of the station. Image is deposited in his room. Senna orders tea, and we all take seats around the table while Effie rattles her scheduled papers and reminds us we are still on tour. There's a harvest festival in District 12 to think about. So I suggest we drink our tea and head straight to bed. No one argues. When I open my eyes, it's early afternoon. My head rests on Peta's arm. I don't remember him coming in last night. I turn, being careful not to disturb him, but he's already awake. No nightmares, he says. What? I ask. You didn't have any nightmares last night, he says. He's right. For the first time in ages, I've slept through the night. I had a dream, though, I say, thinking back. I was following a mockingjay through the woods for a long time. It was really, when it sang. It had her voice. Where did she take you? He says, brushing my hair off my forehead. I don't know. We never arrived, I say, but I felt happy. Well, you slept like you were happy. Peta, how come I never know when you're having a nightmare? I say. I don't know. I don't think I cry out or thrash around or anything. I just come to, paralyzed with terror, he says. You should wake me, I say. Had a coughing fit just now. You should wake me, I say, thinking about how I can interrupt his sleep 2 or 3 times on a bad night, how long it can take to calm me down. It's not necessary. My nightmares are usually about losing you, he says. I'm okay once I realize you're here. Peta makes these comments like this in such an offhand way, and it's like being in the gut. He's only answering my question honestly. He's not pressuring me to reply in kind, to make any declaration of love. But I still feel awful, as if I've been using him in some terrible way. Have I? I don't know. I only know that for the first time, I feel immoral about him being here in my bed, which is ironic since we're officially engaged now. It'd be worse when we're home and I'm sleeping alone again, he says. That's right. We're almost home. The agenda for District 12 includes a dinner at the Mayor Undersea's house tonight and a victory rally in the square during the Harvest Festival tomorrow. We always celebrate the Harvest Festival on the day of the victory tour, but it usually means a meal at home house if you can afford it. This year, it will be a very public affair, and since the capital will be throwing it, everyone in the whole district will have full bellies. Most of our prepping will take place at the mayor's house, since we're back to being covered in furs for outdoor appearances, and we're only at the train station briefly to smile and wave as we pile into our car. We don't even get to see our families till the dinner tonight. I'm glad it will be at the mayor's house instead of at the Justice Building, where the memorial for my father was held, where they took me after the reaping for those retching goodbyes to my family. The Justice Building is too full of sadness. But I like Mayor Undersea's house, especially now that his daughter Mage and I are friends. We always were, in a way. It became official when she came to say goodbye to me before I left for the games, when she gave me the Mockingjay pin for luck. After I got home, we started spending time together. It turns out that Mage has plenty of empty hours to fill too. It was a little awkward at first because we didn't know what to do. Other girls our age, I've heard them talking about boys, or other girls, or clothes. Mage and I aren't gossipy, and clothes bore me to tears. But after a few false starts, I realized she was dying to go into the woods, so I've taken her a couple of times and shown her how to shoot. She's trying to teach me piano, but I mostly like to listen to her play. Sometimes we eat at each other's houses. Mage likes mine better. Her parents seem nice, but I don't think she sees a whole lot of them. Her father has District 12 to run, and her mother gets fierce headaches that force her to stay in bed for days. Maybe you should have taken her to the Capitol. I say during one of them. We weren't playing the piano that day because even 2 floors away, the sound caused her mother pain. They can fix her up, I bet. Yeah, but you don't go to the Capitol unless they invite you, says Mage unhappily. Even the mayor's privileges are limited. When we reach the mayor's house, I only have time to give Mage a quick hug before Effie hustles me off to the 3rd floor to get ready. After I'm prepped and dressed in a full-length silver gown, I've still got an hour to kill before dinner, so I slip off to find her. Mage's room is on the 2nd floor, along with several guest rooms and her father's study. I stick my head in the study to say hello to the mayor, but it's empty. The television's droning on, and I stop to watch shots of Peta and me at the Capitol party last night, dancing, eating, kissing. This will be playing in every household in Pan Am right now. The audience must be sick to death of the star-crossed lovers from District 12. I know I am. I'm leaving the room when a beeping noise catches my attention. I turn to see the screen of the television go black. Then the words, "Update on District 8," start flashing. Instinctively, I know this is not for my eyes, but something intended only for the mayor. I should go. Quickly. Instead, I find myself stepping closer to the television. An announcer I've never seen before appears. It's a woman with graying hair and a hoarse, authoritative voice. She warns that conditions are worsening and a level 3 alert has been called. Additional forces are being sent into District 8 and all textile production has ceased. They got away from the woman to the main square in District 8. I recognize it because I was only there last week. There are still banners with my face waving from the rooftops. Below them, there's a mob scene. The square is packed with screaming people, their faces hidden with rags and homemade masks, throwing bricks. Buildings burn. Peacekeepers shoot into the crowd, killing at random. I've never seen anything like it, but I can only be witnessing one thing. This is what President Snow called an uprising. Chapter 7. And that's where Papa's gonna stop for tonight. That's where I'm gonna stop. I don't have a bookmark. I got a bookmark and I have no clue where it is. I have never traditionally had a bookmark. I just put whatever I can find inside of the book, so a napkin is gonna go inside this book. A napkin's gonna go inside this other person, oh my god, are you nuts? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hi Billy, I'm about to end stream. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. Are you out of your mind? No. I would never. Oh my god, no. I grew up very poor, so if I could ever afford a book, I would never have dog-eared it. I know people say like dog-earing just means that like you love a book. But I think, I don't know, I just can't bring myself to ever destroy a book or hurt a book in that way. It's the same thing of like when people like highlight books or write in books. Like I can't do that. I don't have that in me. I'm so sorry. Maybe if I grew up like having money for books, like maybe I would. Maybe I would. But like the thought of me like destroying this thing that I could fairly clearly on the back see cost $17.99. How much does this book cost? I have no idea. Probably like $20. Oh, we got $1 off. This book could not have cost $95. Why the fuck does it say 95 on the thing? Yeah, the thought of dog-earing the book, because people like book readers is like an ongoing thing if you're in like the book community where they're like, oh, is it appropriate to dog-ear the book or not? But nah, like I would rather just hold the book. I would rather just hold the book. I've never in my entire life dog-eared a book. I've never done that. Nor will I ever do that in my entire life. I will never do that. The thought of that like actually makes me like sick to my stomach. like something about it's like it feels like I'm ruining it, which I know some people again like argue about that, right, where they're like, oh, that just means that you love a book. But it's like I can love a book and also not do that. An idea. I didn't realize this whole community, oh yeah, it's a major thing about like, oh, preservation versus like having the book be loved, quote unquote be loved. But I think that's kind of silly because like, for one, like an example is like for me, right, like if I didn't grow up having access to books, like obviously I'm going to cherish the book in a different way than you cherish a book. I don't think there's anything wrong if like you buy a book, right, and then like you want to like do whatever you want with it, but like I don't know, to me the idea of dog-earing a book like makes me sick, like actually makes me sick. But that's because like I grew up in a scarcity environment, so that's different. Like I grew up in an environment where it's different for me, so sticky notes, yeah, that's also fair. Like sticky notes are so real. I like sticky notes too, but I'm going to be, I like sticky notes but I never have them on me, so I have bookmarks, like an actual like, this is a bookmark, but I don't have them like on me. But in any case, I am going to go, I'm not gonna transition off into a different, what is it called? Screen. I can't even think right now. Different screen. Thank you so much for the follow, the Reaper. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. I will put the heart in your honor, even though I am ending the stream. I do appreciate everybody hanging out with me, doing the thing with me as per usual. It has been nice. It has been fun. It has been a good time. I am tired. I am EP. I'm going to be up. Thank you for the thirsty redeem. I'm like ending stream. So I will take a drink of water as I'm heading out. Thank you. Oh, the worst drinker of all time. Yeah, I'm just fucking hungry. If I wasn't hungry, I'd be here for like 3 more hours. I'm like actually actually starving. Actually, a liter of water before bed. I'm gonna eat a fucking meal. I'm about to eat this. I'm about to eat a meal. For real, for real. I'm about to go demolish a meal. For real, for real, for real. Have a good night. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate that. I'm going to, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go raid. She's playing 80s right now, but I'm gonna raid her. I'm gonna raid her. Let me see. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna raid Lucky Cat Akira, who's doing, it's ASMR, but she's playing 80s. She's playing 80s. She's playing 80s right now, and I'm kind of just curious. I'm kind of just curious on what she's doing, so I kind of want to watch her stream. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to watch because I haven't played 80s like forever, and she's kind of killing it, even though she's not talking. But yes, I'm gonna rate her. I will be back tomorrow doing something. I don't know what I'll be doing, but something. I don't do raid messages, so feel free to, you know, just use the raid emote if that's what you want to do. And as always, if no one's told you tonight or today or this week that you are loved and appreciated, you are so loved, you are so valued and appreciated in this world, and you deserve to hear that every single day of your life. And if no one's told you, I'm so happy to be somebody that gets to tell you today for the first time, because you deserve it. And as always, until next time, goodbye, good night. Until next time, I'm so hungry. Until next time, goodbye. Okay, I'm no longer streaming. I am gone. I'm out of here. I'm gone. I'm not a part of the raid for some reason, but I'm done streaming. For some strange reason, I am not a part of the raid. I don't know why, but